big boys fresh to hide your phrase that big mula don't that ati piles on piles ati kama suitcase tunado our grind na hatu clouches tunado our
watele mtandao
ati drop in the beat na leave your mouth open kids and the bars na leave your fucking move up broken shika kido fresh kitoka kwao with the boys that people drop in the beat na leave your mouth open kids and the bars na leave your fucking move up broken shika kido fresh kitoka kwao with the boys that people no cash fresh
yo west side what tell me for life yo
tangu tene Johnny grind atishika Johnny leta gode ai mpata za mkate lakini nowadays manzejo kukali ikabidi tusafiri jinza kibabi miaka bado ndo kifene lakini kiakili kimtoki mwili na mojo niko fiti niko bia niko 100% niko fiti ikafika point hadi siwezi lombo serikali ikabidi pia ni sake ai kwani mimi ni mchache Mr. Money and the vibe ya tubaku kaa sake big Gary nanga break Johnny straight to the point no kibonda jota beba gusa mnasa so my side not just any type of nurses 69 nurses not just any type of nurses 69 nurses drop in the beat
instrumental
wateme shikieni hapo kidogo
bado hadi perform ilikuwa
wateme shika kidogo mko mtaendelea. As I said, the tent people there, no pleading, no what, chukweni the right people, wengine watembe, we need to start. Our chief guest is just about to arrive, so we be ready. Ukiniambia unataka entertainment, ukuje na entertain, not to entertain yourself. Una talent yako, unakuja unaileta vizuri na utakuwa umeshaenda pale mapema. So we have just one more. Watemi, you have 30 seconds, and then I'll have Madam Winfred Wainya. Tukimaliza, we get on to, it will be exactly 11, I believe, tutaanza. So, Madam Wainya, get ready by 11 and to start the official program.
Twende nalo.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi nimewapatia 30 seconds, finish, tukue na madam pale.
She's a beat bana.
Yo, mental health. So skiza man, we grown for the girls, now my boys wanna listen. We be moving pound now, joys wanna listen. That's why we be moving this life so hard, man. They be calling me a bad man, so to me move from the street to the gutters. These niggas wanna compare us to the my father niggas, we can't take them ratchets. That's why we told them, we should make it once, way, another, about it. I'm a nigga, and I know what to take down to mess with my weed, job or garden. That's how my nigga they talking about us. I be coming from the west side, 039, we be blessing all the niggas with the bangers. We be moving to the chest side with the hustlers. They be calling us, sisi ndo watemi with the baddest. Kaili jo maheni, amaraji, tumekuja jona with the baddest one in the house, yo. So listen, my bros are hustling in the gutters, I want a life, others need to prison behind bars, so we be moving with the liaison, at least to get something to sleep on. Yo, the fully for the life, man.
La fully kwenye scene, you have to be perspicacious of feel surrounding yako iko special. Because the movement is depression, so once you feel special. Nimekuja kuwa show, bado niko hapa show. Mimi hadi nauka na maform. Ona sasa tumekuja job kuperform na mabro tumetoka far.
Tumetoka far man, mtatusikiza hata kawe si fun man. Hatujali kama stand out, but still tutaputa our hands up because we believe in talent man. We don't believe in karma. With the baddest one but still two man. We then put them down. In the old school rapper, still it a take down. Easy up and to na magenge man. Skiza our fans.
skiza fully done majodim zimesing tangu gizu gomena na maboys
Ja.
tukizimbizo majini yani ni story imetoka too far tumekuja na maji tumepita kwenye beat tunapita kwenye street tunajua hiyo fit tukisikia kwenye boot tunapita kwenye beat tunapita kwenye beat sini wasiki
Wow, with the red carpet still to me make it now my nigga wanadhani Joe tuna fake it still on top with the realest Joe this is top is the red one but still just been a take one
Makofi kwa watemi.
watemi na wataendelea
Tell me
kutema
for
forever
West side.
yeah
Yeah.
fully down
Khalif,
Uncle now.
Afande Khalif yuko area. Afande, mtumie mtu mmoja wa security hapa. Brian Felix, kindly come. So, Madam Wavinya, you are going to finish. There's an exercise that is going to take place now. Kabla ujaambiwa msimame mwende pale msimame. We are going to do it in order and we shall have these colleagues assisting us. So while Madam is still singing, Madam Winfred, kabla na ukienda pale unaenda ukirudi. Afande na we chunga huko mtu ambaye ako pale asitembee, ndio mtu wa security, kindly please come.
DJ 1 2
That's me
1
deadly,
2
deadly.
Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu.
Keep distance.
Amina.
Yesu ni Bwana.
Yesu ni Bwana.
Amina. Tupeleke huko.
Sawa. Kwa majina najulikana kama Winfred Wavinya ila wengi wananijua kama Chaukucha. Ya, ni uimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili. DJ Fanyeni
Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana. Alikonitoa Mungu ni mbali sana. Alikonitoa Baba ni mbali sana. Alikonitoa Mungu ni mbali sana. Alikonitoa Baba ni mbali sana. Niacheni nimepita katika mapito mengi. Nimepita milima na mabonde mimi. Nimepita katika mapito mengi. Nimepita milima na mabonde mimi. Shida na mateso nayo nimepitia. Misiba na magonjwa nayo nimepitia. Kudharauliwa mimi nako nimepitia. Shida na mateso nayo nimepitia. Misiba na magonjwa nayo nimepitia. Kudharauliwa mimi nako nimepitia. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu. Enyi wana wa Mungu, niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu. Sitanyamaza. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana. Alikonitoa Mungu ni mbali sana. Alikonitoa Baba kwenye mateso ni mbali sana. Alikonitoa Bwana ni mbali sana kwenye shida. Alikonitoa Baba ni mbali sana. Niacheni walijua mimi nitakufa. Kuna watu walisema ndio mwisho wake. Kuna watu walijua mimi nitakufa. Kuna watu walisema ndio mwisho wake. Katika mapito yale niliyopitia mimi, katika ugonjwa ule niliyopitia mimi, katika mapito yale niliyopitia mimi, katika ugonjwa ule ulionitesa sana, lakini Mungu alinitazama akanisaidia. Lakini Baba alinitazama akanihurumia. Lakini Mungu alinitazama akanisaidia. Na tena Baba alinitazama akanihurumia. Akanipitisha katika mapito yale, akanishindia katika jaribu lile. Akanipitisha katika mapito yale, akanishindia katika jaribu lile. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu, enyi wana wa Mungu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu, wema wa Mungu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana, alikonitoa Mungu mbali sana, alikonitoa Baba mbali sana, alikonitoa Mungu mbali sana, alikonitoa Baba mbali sana. Niacheni waliosubiri msiba wangu, Mungu kaniponya. Waliongoja mabaya kwangu, hayapo tena. Waliongoja aibu yangu, haipo tena. Aliyeniokoa ni Mungu wa Elia, aliyenishindia ni Mungu wa Yakobo. Aliyeniokoa ni Mungu wa Elia, aliyenishindia ni Mungu wa Yakobo. Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu, enyi wana wa Mungu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana, Niacheni niuimbe wema wa Mungu aliyotenda kwangu. Niacheni niuseme ukuu wa Bwana, sitasahau alikonitoa Mungu mbali sana, alikonitoa Baba mbali sana, alikonitoa Mungu mbali sana, alikonitoa Baba mbali sana. Niacheni
watarajiwa kwenye lile tent wajipatie shughuli tafadhali, ili tuendelee na hii sherehe ya leo na haya mafunzo ya leo without disruption. Kwa hivyo serving, harakisheni kidogo pale. Wale ambao wanaenda kule, get your food and come back. Pale ambapo tuko na registration iendelee without disruption. Naona pale ofisa wetu akijaribu kuongea na vijana ambao wanataka kuja. Kama jina lako aliko hapo, tafadhali tembea. Can we have meanwhile the dancer? Makofi ya dancers. Makofi ya dancers hata kama tunakula. Dancers, you are welcome. They look like real dancers. Ako hapa ule dem. Ule dem mlikuwa mna dance naye. Alitembea. My friend, you don't know how to convince the lady until she can dance. You want to look for another. You are okay on your own. Aya, itisha kule microphone. Studio, we need a microphone so that the dancer can dance. Makofi ya dancer. Wale mnakula, bon appetit. Let's eat quickly.
Hello.
Aya, dancer, kazi kwako.
Amjambo.
Nasema amjambo. Yaani mkila amna jambo.
I'm a dancer. My name is Musa Influencer. Nataka kwa performia dance. Si ya dakika nyingi lakini yeah.
I'm losing focus. I'm feeling so lost. The mother girls jealous, cause you switch me past the looks. Show me your true color. That's my rock color. The mother girls jealous, cause you switch me past the looks. Oh, my yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me mess, boo. I lose my sense. My yellow pepe, your body check. You don't make me mess, boo. I'm boo. Girl, I wanna give you bello.
Makofi kwa dancer. Other dancers, come and join dancer. Kama we ni dancer, uje umjoin na mdansi na yeye. Muone vile tunaweza.
Body causing wahala. From Accra to Botswana, buy you down Sagabana. This one no be a shana. Give me show color, Mama shape be a low. Me I get it, the I'm losing focus. I'm feeling so lost.
Makofi yangu, makofi hata mimi naweza. Aya dancer, thank you very much. Thank you. Aya alikuwa makofi ya dancer. Nimeona majenzi wengi hapa hawawezi, lakini mimi nikaweza na dancer, si ndio hivyo? Makofi ya mama. So, ladies and gentlemen, a time has come when we are just about, we are actually beginning. Studio, I believe you are ready with the national anthem. You are ready with the East Africa community anthem. CEO sir, with your permission, I'm ready for us to begin. Thank you. Ile tent ya waliokaribishwa na wale ambao walijikaribisha, tent ikwe, we clear that place because we want to begin. Mombasa.
Sometimes I lose my control.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, a time has come to begin that which brought us here. We are going to start with, as usual, our national anthem. So hata kama unakula ukiachilia tu kidogo ukaimba wimbo wa taifa ambao ni maombi, labda hata digestion itasaidika vizuri. And therefore, let's kindly stand up for our national anthem. Studio.
Mungu nguvu yetu, Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Let's kindly sit down. I want to call my colleague Rama. Rama yupo, ambaye alikuwa amepewa kazi ile ya kutuombea. Rama, I hope you are ready to pray. Mnaona huyo na anakuwa ustadhi na tuamtafuta aombe, lakini sijui Rama akiendelea kuja. I just want to kindly urge all of you, when they reach you and you are told usiende kule kwa tent kabla hujaelezwa, tutakuja polepole. There's enough for everybody. You just go, get and come back. At least kuna ile story ambaye mtu aliuliza, na hii ni ya nane, akaambiwa it is for all of you. I believe here there's no name all of you, so it's for kila mtu. Tuingie tuwachanganye tuende na Kiswahili, ni ya kila mtu. Kwa hivyo mtu alichukua jina all of you, atangojea tu Rama atatuombea. Baada ya maombi ya Rama, we will move on from that level. Rama, karibu tuombe.
Thank you, Madam Nelly. Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh Lord, all praises be to you as it should be, be your might and greatness of your power. Thank you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. O Allah, give us all that is good and keep us from all that is bad. O Allah, as we begin this forum, we come before you. We ask you to take charge and guide us all through. Thank you. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin.
Wale ambao mlikuwa bado mnangoja, semeni amen. Semeni amen. Umejua kuna mtu hata ajui Rama ameshamaliza maombi. Sasa hivyo tunafunga pia, maombi ufungwa na amen. Okay, so we are going to start, and I know people are eating. You will not really need to move much. So what you do, tusimame. Mi najua binadamu akiwa anakula ukimwambia asimame apende, lakini hebu let us stand up. Kuna polisi hapa pia, mkwe mnaleta amri ikitoka huku mtu asisimame ama tuna quickly. So the people, please don't move very far, but just near where you are standing. Tuliambiwa if you behave normally, then COVID ingetufanya tufanye nini? It will treat us abnormally. So mahali ambapo uko hautafanya hivi, utagota. Siku hizi mnaita kufanya aje? Hata sikugota anymore. Kuna vile just around you, angalia just near you, 2 people, let me say 4 people, gotea. Na mkipata huko, nasikia kuna ingine wanafanya hivi, nasikia sijui mtu ule anaweza kuwa in law ama nini, unamfanyia hivi. Please gotea watu 5, waulize what's your name, what do you do. Let's get to know each other, let's network for a few minutes. Angalia huyo mtu, mwangalie, uwezi jua atakuwa nani, atakufanyia nini. Ukikuwa single na uko eligible, angalia, fungua macho, salimia mtu, kaloni uisha. Maybe haujawahi salimia VC, ndio wakati wa kugota, lakini usikuje huku mbali na chunga chakula chako, mtu asikakisalimie. Haya, mwambie huyo mtu, jirani, mwite jirani, mkopo uisha. Salimianga watu, jirani, nakupenda. Asanteni, atukae chini tujipigie makofi. Then those who are eating, kindly kuleni pole pole. We are not in Western Kenya, we are not in Kakamega where I come from. Kule saya kukula ni ya kukula, saya kazi ni ya kazi. Tukule at the same time tukifanya hii kazi. I want to quickly take this opportunity to call my colleagues, except the CEO. Wale wa security musikuje, mbaki tu kule, baadaye najua mambo ya binadamu. Security bakini hapo hapo. Other colleagues who are here led by Yvonne Musyoki, who is our regional manager, Coast Region. Colleagues, kujeni mbio mbio, tafadhalini. Nawaomba mje makoligi, kujeni. Niliambiwa mkikuwa huku, you don't say come quickly. Nawaomba makoligi, kujeni mbio mbio, kujeni. All colleagues, tuko na muziki gani? Tunataka pia sisi, kabla ya hiyo, tumetembea sana na tumechoka, tupatie ile ambayo tutaenda studio pup. They are led by a person from Western. I'm dictating. Utupea muziki moja hapo, ndio turudishe nguvu, tulikuwa tumechoka. Twende colleagues, twende, kuna zawadi. Nikikuona udance ni memo.
Mondi kutoka ofisi ya classification Nairobi region, and tunasema asanti kwa kutukaribisha, and I hope you'll have a good time. Thank you.
Hamjambo, kwa majina naitwa Lois Shalaha from Legal Department.
Hamjambo, kwa majina naitwa Bosire Wycliffe kutoka Nairobi.
Wameniambia nirudie majina, na kuna wenzangu ambao pia nitawaita warudie kwa sababu kama hawakujieleza vizuri, kama Ustadh Victor. Mimi naitwa Brian Ombayo kutoka Head Office Nairobi, na tumeshukuru sana kuwa hapa. Nafikiri kama kuna yule hajajitambua ama hajajitambulisha, nafasi ni hii. So twende. Haya, back to the CEO.
Thank you, Brian. So this is the team that is in Mombasa today. It's about a quarter of the staff complement of KFCB. If we were all here, then we probably would take half the seats there. So we just decided to bring you this brilliant team to be with you today. So asanteni sana for welcoming us to Mombasa. Shortly, I'll give my opening remarks, and after which we'll then go straight to the program. Like I tell people, the speeches are never the good part of the remarks. Amos Mwaki.
Amos Mwaki yuko mahali.
So Nelly was looking for Amos Mwaki. We need to see Amos, so we know why Nelly is looking for him. Or Nelly, you'll tell us that later. That's okay. We will not judge you. We will not judge you. So shortly after my speech, I'll then invite Professor Laila, who was gracious enough to host us, to also give our welcoming remarks.
Yes, alafu yeye anaweza invite yeye. Sawa.
Thank you, DJ, for obliging me. So I'll take a very short time because we are already running late. So good morning once again, everyone. Good morning. People at the back, good morning to you. One person is waving his hand. If I have 2 or 3 people wave their hands, then I know everybody is getting me. Good morning at the back. Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. So I'm called Pascal Opio. I'm the current acting CEO at the Kenya Film Classification Board. And we are delighted to be in Mombasa today. We've been doing this in several regions, and we thought it fit to come and have the final one in Mombasa. So the creatives drawn from Mombasa region and its environ, stakeholders from the film sector, colleagues from KFCB, members of the press, but more importantly, Professor Laila, and of course, I met the leadership of the student community, the president and the deputy president. Asanteni sana for joining us today. So on behalf of the Kenya Film Classification Board, I take this opportunity to thank you for honoring our invite and to warmly welcome you all to this stakeholders forum that is dubbed Creatives in Arts and Film Literacy Program. In short, we call it Cafil. You'll be seeing a lot of that initial, that acronym somewhere, Cafil. So as you may be aware, the Cafil program is an initiative of KFCB in partnership with the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, popularly referred to as the Sports Fund. It is tailored to empower creatives in arts and film to create content that upholds Kenya's cultural values while safeguarding children from exposure to inappropriate audiovisual content. The program also aims to create awareness of the existing legal framework that guides the film industry in Kenya. So later on during this interactive process, there's a gentleman called Marcus that will be telling you a lot about the regulations and how they sit currently. And he'll be supported by our head of legal services, Lois Shalaha, so that any issues which are in regard to the laws that guide the film and content creation sector, if you have a question, you'll ask, and we'll be happy to clarify that. And other than that, there's a lady called Redemptor. Redemptor is in charge of a classification. And if you see our name has the word classification, Kenya Film Classification Board. So that means that classification is one of our key roles. It actually relates to rating of content. You will see we have logos there, which shows GE, PG, 16, and 18. So that is our core mandate. And what guides us is that we are interested to ensure that children are not exposed to content that they should not watch. So that is our key. We want to ensure that children are not in any way shown things that they should not be shown. So that's why we rate things. Then we guide you that this you can watch alone. This you can watch with children. These children can watch together with a guardian so that it's a harmonious environment when you're watching TV. We don't want a situation that you're watching TV with your children, then certainly something that is not very nice comes. Probably you're with your mom-in-law and the children. Then you start looking for the remote to try and change it. That's not nice. So we want to ensure that we sanitize the airwaves so that things are watched when they should be watched. We are not saying adults should not watch those. We're just saying if you want to watch it as an adult, watch it after 10 p.m. Thank you very much. So the initiative that we have so far rolled out in Nairobi, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Embu aligns to the fifth pillar of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, popularly known as BETTER, the Talanta Hela initiative, as well as the Vision 2030, which recognizes creative arts as a driver for youth empowerment, and we have a lot of youth with us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, by implementing this program and supporting the initiatives that are geared towards talent nurturing and monetization, KFCB hopes to contribute to a thriving creative economy that supports the monetization of talent for job opportunities and socioeconomic development. So we want a situation where that gentleman, I forget his name, he was called Musa, the one who was dancing here. We want to ensure that if that is his talent, then we give him the space and he should be able to not only entertain us, but he should be able to get some money out of that talent that he has, so that we are not just being entertained, but we are not giving back something to him. So as part of our resolve to empower local creatives, it will be of interest to you that KFCB, in collaboration with other government regulatory agencies whose mandate impacts the film industry, has developed a regulator's handbook for film practitioners in Kenya. which I'm sure most of you have now if you go through the handbook. It's a one-stop shop that gives you all the information that you require if you are a content creator or a filmmaker. It is something that was not there before because initially you had to walk to several offices, speak to so many people before you get that information. Now we've gathered that information for you, and it's in a very handy handbook, and also it will be posted on our website. The Regulator's Handbook is part of the support we are providing as part of the engagement and capacity building for creatives and industry stakeholders. We therefore encourage creatives to take advantage of the information provided in the Regulator's Handbook for their benefit. As the government agency mandated to regulate the creation, broadcasting, possession, distribution, and exhibition of film and broadcast content in Kenya, we are committed to ensuring a facilitative regulatory environment to spur the growth of the film sector through partnership with industry stakeholders. And indeed, that's why we are here, so that we try to ensure that as we impact the creatives, we also impact any other stakeholder so that they are aware of what we do and what they should do for the upcoming creatives to ensure that everybody enjoys that space and is able to enjoy their talent. As you are aware, KFCB recently redefined the role of film agents in Kenya. As a result, local filmmakers can now obtain licenses directly from the board without going through a film agent, as was the case before. Before, if you are a budding film agent, you are just out of college, you are out of school, you still needed to go through a film agent for you to register as a filmmaker, which would cost you money. And they would charge you differently because they are not government entities. So what we did is to remove that role from them so that if you're a Kenyan, you come to us directly and we register you to be a filmmaker. As a regulatory body, we believe that through the Cafil program, creatives in this region and those across Kenya will be able to harness their talent and creativity to create works that not only entertain, but also educate and inspire audiences, both locally and internationally. We therefore look forward to engaging with you all today and discussing how we can work together to promote the arts and film sector. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. If you will allow me now, I'd like to invite our host, Professor Leila, to officially invite us to the university. Professor.
You know, I was not invited when the others were being invited to come and dance here. So I just wanted to show them that hata sisi wazee pia hukumbuka. So maybe we should have also been invited. Our CEO of Kenya Film and Classification Board, members of the team who have been presented here today, the Tomb fraternity, our staff, and students. Good morning. I was like, it's not at afternoon, so it's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. I thought you have a lot of energy. Si mmepewa chai hapo sasa hivi. Mbona mnazungumza kama mama mko mbali sana? Yes. Indeed, today it is a great opportunity for Technical University of Mombasa to be able to host this event. When I heard that we are going to have this event and it was clashing with another event, I was like, am I going to miss? I'll be missing. But I'm happy that
we were able to satisfy both areas. We finished with hosting the ambassador, and then also now we are also able to come here and actually officiate this meeting. As I said, Technical University of Mombasa, we pride ourselves of being a hub of academic excellence and innovation, offering a platform where the brightest minds converge to explore ideas, exchange knowledge, and develop solutions to the pressing challenges of our time. And among the schools and departments that we have the Department of Communication Studies that is hosted in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Now, it is here that we expect our students to be able to become creative and provide solutions to the problems that are besieging our country. Remember, we've just heard the CEO talking about first of all, the issue of classification of the film, but at the same time, we are talking about how we can be able to help our youngsters, the youth, to be able to create jobs for them. So I believe that this awareness that is being launched today, it is actually to help our young minds, these students who are interested in taking that creative arts, to perform or outperform and be able to come up with good content that can actually be able to give them financial also advantage. We are saying that the Gen Zs should not be go out there and seeking for jobs. They're not supposed to be seeking for jobs. They're supposed to be the job creators themselves. And I believe this awareness that we are having today is going to help our students to take up this opportunity and also encourage each other. Whoever has that, we're now living in the digital age, and then also we have the competency-based education. So everybody, now there's those pathways. If you are talented to be in the creative arts, then the pathway is already there, and you are now supposed to nurture, and we are supposed to nurture those talents. And as you saw, the young man here who was busy trying to entertain us, it's not supposed to be entertainment alone. He's supposed to get money out of that training that he has gone through and so on. So mine is just again to thank you for coming to Technical University of Mombasa and choosing our university out of all the other universities here. I think it was also an opportunity for some of them or some of the people in the board to learn Kiswahili. Niliona Victor anasema alinunua kamusi so that akija hapa awe na hiyo kamusi yake. Na namsikia Brian alipokuwa anajitambulisha anasema wale ambao hawajitambui. Sasa nishangaa hapa nani ambaye hajitambui? Brian, kujitambua na kujitambulisha are two different things. So nafikiri you need to go back uangalie tena, mwambie Victor akusaidie na hiyo kamusi. But anyway, you tried. You really tried, and mine is just to thank you for coming, and we want to see more of these creative arts within our institutions so that we can help our Gen Zs they are very frustrated, they're looking for jobs, but we are telling them that the time is ripe for them to become creative and be able to create those jobs which we are looking for. And with this, at this juncture, allow me once again to welcome you all to this important event, and I look forward to a very, very fruitful launch and discussion. Asanteni.
Sure. Let us celebrate the VC. Sasa tumengoja kaketi. Anyway, nataka, how many rows do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nataka tukuwe na competition kidogo tu. Hii row tutawaita nani? Mnichagulie mtu mmoja pande hii. Kuna zawadi mmoja tu from this side na mwingine kutoka hii side. Ama nichague? Nichague. Haya, DJ endelea. Come. Makata. Ivu. Twende. Madam Eve, twende. Chague nani? Chague wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Chague mmoja. Fantastic. Si mumshangilie. Kwa pande hii. Haya, pande hii. Twende. Haya. So as wanaendelea, probably mnaweza jiintroduce, tuambie majina yako, mahali unatoka ama chenye unafanya.
Hello everyone. My name is Eve Wasonga. I work at TUM in the Communication Studies Department. I'm a lecturer there.
Hello. Hamjakula? Hello. Swafi kabisa. Mimi naitwa Zia Levi. I work at Swahili Port and I'm a founder at Kizi Arts and I'm an actor. Welcome.
Hey. Hey, kwani mnakula mwezi jibu? Hey. Okay, yeah. I'm Cindy from New Dawn Youth Africa. I'm also an actress and I do a lot of things when it comes to art.
Comrades power. Comrades viva. By name, I'm Temo Brian. I'm a student pursuing Bachelor of Commerce, Finance option.
Tunaomba tutulie kidogo tu wamalize interview pale. Wamemove. Okay, tunaomba tuwapatie dakika 5 wamalize interview pale, manake kuna juu ya kelele. Haya, just a few minutes and then we start off.
My name is Professor Leila Abubakar. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa, and today we are privileged in hosting the Kenya Field Classification Board, who are here to undertake sensitization awareness and as per our mission, because at Technical University of Mombasa, our mission is advancing knowledge and its practical application. So what is this practical application? We have the Department of Communication Studies and Social Sciences, and that is where we are nurturing our students to become creative, come up with content, and at the end of the day, they will be able to become job creators and not job seekers. So essentially, I feel that today's event is a very, very good opportunity because we want to link our students with the industry and with the regulators.
So do you feel this?
Yes, indeed it will, because as you've heard, there is this handbook which is being launched or which is being given out today. And the handbook will actually also be able to help our students who are interested into coming out. And again, it's also networking. They're also going to be networking, and when they are interested in coming up with their ideas and maturing them into becoming a film, then they know where to go and who to go to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now.
Nelly, can we continue? All right. My colleagues wenye walikuwa hapa. Kujeni. Come. All right. We are back, and I have 4 contestants hapa. Na nyinyi ndio judges. We want to have a competition here. The winner will take it all. DJ, nyinyi ndio mtasema, okay? After the first song mtatuambia. DJ, over to you.
Yeah. Big beats. When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what I prefer. Set it, pick up, set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it, pick up. So when me set it, you have it, pick up. Simsima, ukate kiss tumepima. Kisikia Kim Jong Call tunajua nkuririma. Female Benzima, goddamn na go ina. Reproduction tunaifanyia backseat cha kaldina.
All right.
Bad girl Didi, bad girl Kariri. Nipate excuse nikiwa wombortiris. Rosa nyoro, fika fiti. Siku zombo tote tunawasho.
Gardens tuko jaba, wengine wako miti. Zetu ni majaman, zenu pikipiki. Leo tunaenda kanan, beba zigi mingi. Kakuna mamadam, beba sidi mingi. Ni mimi hapo back left, paparazzi. wanaifanya ngumu kufanya usherati. Nakumbuka kabla nifuge manati, nilikuwa na wakunywa na ile koloni ya Versace. Squeeze a backseat, ilikuwa love seat.
Come on, let us celebrate them.
Automatic. Tint kwa window muadhara ndo hatutaki. Hapa perfection tunaifanya bila practice. Mbele naona success, nafunga hat-trick. Mi ndo the chef kwa hicho itisha hapik. Tangu tuingie kwa hii mchezo si ndo heartbeat. Nairobi City tunairan kama athlete. Tusijali, hatukujudge. Hapo tuko down, tusijali, hatukujudge.
Shaskia kikingia ni kuplus huko ngabado unachukuliwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Mdagi mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo tani.
Aya DJ shika. Aya. Nyinyi ndio judges Mwenye anapata the loudest according to you, mwenye ameperform poa. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. I saw you number 1. Number 1 do you, Sido? Number 2. All right. One more round, alafu we are done. One more round.
For that, please. Shaskia kikingia ni kuplus huko ngabado unachukuliwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Mdagi mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo tani wai. Nikupin location na nikofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi najua utakuwa irizo riris. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Didon. Nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mini. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Cantel Kurapsi ni talent G. Anguka nao check it. Anguka nao twende down low now. Stand up to
all right.
Uliza pesa lafu one leg. Anguka nao one leg. Anguka nao.
All right, DJ. Number 1. Hapa. Huyu ni kama amewalipa huyu. Hapa. Hao ni wakulipwa hao. Hapa. Fantastic. Then the winner is
Naam, sauti naosikia ni sauti nzito, sauti ya dhahabu, sauti murwa kabisa, sauti ya Levizia. Yo, what up my people? Team Swahili photo!
Namba 2 ndio huyo hapa.
Anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single.
Tunafurahia kwa hapa leo.
Saa 6.
Haya, asanteni.
All right, let us celebrate them as we invite the first speaker, Lois. Again, amesema pia yeye anataka kukatika.
Feel free, teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Cantel Kurapsi ni talent G. Anguka nao.
Wamesema hata hawa hakuna venye wanakuja stage wakitembea.
Don't sleep, wake up.
Ameamua kuja na hiyo.
Wake up,
collect your money,
wake up.
Tera, go get the moolah.
Wake up.
Money go kala.
It will celebrate. Let us celebrate her. All right.
Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up for me, come person, my dog, person with a man. Boy, when I land, I land.
Good afternoon. Hapa kuna corruption. That was not my song. Okay, I'm called Lois Shalaha from the Legal Department at Kenya Film Classification Board. Presentation. And I want to take you through the mandate of the Kenya Film Classification Board. Wangapi wamesikia Kenya Film Classification Board? Anywhere? Anyone who knows anything about Kenya Film Classification Board? Mkono juu. Anyone who is willing to tell us anything about Kenya Film Classification Board? Nani? Anyone who wants to give it a trial? Yes?
Good evening, everyone. Good morning. Okay, one thing I know about Kenya, KFCB, is that it bans content for artists. Like when you post explicit content to children or to adults, the KFCB ensures that it doesn't pass through.
Makofi kwake. One more. Yeah, anajua KFCB sisi who ban content. Any other person? Yes? Wasani mpo? Yes?
Muna classify content.
Thank you so much. Makofi kwake. Thank you so much. So today, I want to take you through on what Kenya Film Classification Board is, what we do. And to start us off, I want to enlighten you. I'm sure most of you don't know our vision. So our vision is to ensure that we have consumers who are informed and empowered. And our mission is to create a conducive and facilitative environment to spur industry growth through efficient and effective regulation of film content. So maybe just an overview of the Kenya Film Classification Board. We regulate 5 areas when it comes to film. And the first one is creation. So under creation, what is it that we do? We ensure that anyone who wants to make film within the Kenyan jurisdiction, you have to get a film license from us. And my colleague Marcos will elaborate that further for you to understand the requirements, what you need to submit for you to be able to get that filming license. So under broadcasting, we ensure that any film content that goes through our broadcasting stations like TVs, that particular content has to be classified and the appropriate rating is given to that particular content. So that as a parent or as a caregiver, you know that this particular content that is being broadcasted is suitable either for my children or for this particular age group, or it's not suitable for the family viewing, so that you don't get some small embarrassments. Also for broadcasting, we ensure that they comply with the watershed period. That is content that is being broadcasted between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. is suitable for family viewing. And then distribution, we have video shows. Wangapi wako kwa video shows? Wangapi wana distribute content hapa? By show of hands, how many? Oh, thank you so much. So those who distribute content, please make sure that you get license from us. That is one of the functions that we undertake, that if you're distributing content to the public, you have to get a license from us, and that content that you're distributing has to be classified. And then possession, we ensure that you are not in possession of the content that you have restricted. It is illegal for you to be in possession or for you even to exhibit or distribute any content that has been restricted by Kenya Film Classification Board. Exhibition, mainly we deal with the video shows, we deal with the cinema theaters. Any content that you exhibit, it has to be classified. That content has to be classified by Kenya Film Classification Board. So in a nutshell, that is the mandate of the Kenya Film Classification Board. So specific functions that we undertake, One of them is that we prescribe and develop guidelines on film regulation in the country. So we use the guidelines to arrive at the classification. We have 5 categories of classification. Before I go to that, who wants to try? Just mention 1 or 2. The rating that we give to a film once it is classified. Anyone who wants to try? Yes. Thank you so much. Parental guidance. We have that rating. Any other person who wants to try? Yes. Thank you very much. You have general exhibition. Another trial. We have 2 more, 3 more actually. Uko nyuma, mnanisikiza? I can't see your hands. I'm not seeing your hands. Okay.
16.
Yeah, thank you. We have the rating of 16. 2 more to go. 2 more. Yes, there's a hand there. Yes, we have 18 years and above. Shako, sorry, you're late. Yeah. So last, we have 1 more. 1 more.
Adults only.
That is 18. Thank you. I'll give it to you. We have the restriction. That is what I think he mentioned here earlier. You normally call it we ban. So if we find that the content is extreme, then we restrict it from being exhibited or distributed in the country. So the guidelines guide us to arrive at that particular rating. We also give consumer advice on content viewership. So we ensure that that particular film that is being exhibited or distributed, it has some advice. Maybe it has, if it has sex or nudity, it has to be there. If it has adult language, violence, that particular advice is on that particular film so that you can make an informed decision whether to watch it or not. And also, we ensure that we empower you through such programs, the Cafil one, to make sure that you understand the impact of film, you understand what is expected of you as a filmmaker or as a parent or caregiver, what do you have to look out to. So that is part of the consumer advice that we give to the public. We also monitor compliance. As a regulator, that is a key function for Kenya Film Classification Board. We monitor to ensure there is compliance of our act. And so mainly to, there's compliance of film, broadcast, and online content requirements. If any content is being distributed or exhibited on the online platform, on broadcasting station, any filmmakers who are making film in Kenya, we have to ensure that you comply with the provisions of our law. And then we classify film meant for public exhibition. I think I've already talked about this. You have been giving the ratings. And then we register and license film agents, local and foreign filmmakers, distributors, and exhibitors. And then we have enabling legislations. Each and every state agency, I want to believe you know that it is established by an act of law. And this act of law, their function, they anchor them to the Constitution. Most of the paras, I want to believe they do that, and that is, we are not an exemption. So, Constitution, I want to believe, Katiba, si mnajua Katiba? We all know Katiba. We all know haki zetu katika Katiba. Nimejaribu sana. Yeah, so our Constitution gives us our rights. And for the Kenya Film Classification Board, our law anchors on the Constitution. We implement some of the articles, ama vifungu fulani katika katiba. So when you talk of Article 2, Article 2 mainly is about the supremacy of the Constitution. So we ensure that if there is any treaties that have been ratified by the Kenyan law, they become law and we have to implement them. And there are several treaties that have been ratified, especially on the issues of the child and all that, that borders on the protection of the child. And protection of the child is, we look holistically at the protection of the child, including the content that being exposed to and all that. And then we have Article 10, which talks about the national values and principles. We know the principles. We all know the 17 principles that are in our constitution. Article 11 talks about our culture. We have to ensure that any artistics, anything that you undertake abides by the culture of the Kenyan people so that it is not distorted or corrupted. Article 19 to 57 of our constitution is basically about our rights. And the key section that I would like to mention to you is Article 33, which gives us freedom of expression. But again, there are limitations. If you have to make any content, and I'll be very specific when it comes to film, because also film is one way in which people express themselves. So if you want to express yourself through film, you have to ensure that the content that you are making does not encourage hate speech, does not incite violence, that is not insightful, and also does not propagate war. So specifically when you're looking at our film, these are some of the elements that we look for it to either classify, and if it has these elements, we'll definitely restrict this particular content. Article 53 is about the rights of the child, and we all know that the interest of a child is paramount. So when it comes to film, we have to ensure that this film is the interest of the child catered. Are we ensuring that our children are not being exposed to content that is not suitable for them? Are we protecting our child from being exposed to culture that is not Kenyan culture? We have different cultures in different jurisdictions, but as Kenyans, we have our cultures that we treasure, and we ensure that through film, nothing comes to corrupt the mind of the child, the culture, and all those things. So I'll delve into the Film and Stage Plays Act Cap 222. That is the key law or act that we use to regulate the film sector. I take you through a few sections. I don't want to bore you with the legalese or the law at large. I'll just be very specific to key section that you need to know. So to begin with, I would like to just let you know the definition of a film. We have had different interpretation of the word film. Ukisema neno filamu, wengine wanafikiria tu ni ile cinema inakuwa kwa cinema theaters. That is what some people limit it to, but that is not true. So if you look at the definition of film in our act, it means a cinematographic film, recorded video cassette film, recorded video disc, or any recorded audiovisual medium. The drafters of our law are very intelligent. They looked ahead and they decided to give it a definition that, even as technology changes, new trends changes, the definition of the film is able to blend in. So when you talk of any recorded audiovisual medium, it does not specify the platform in which the film content is being exhibited. So if you are doing any audiovisual content, it doesn't matter on which platform you're going to exhibit or distribute it. For as long as you intend it to be distributed or exhibited to the public, then this particular audiovisual content has to comply with the provisions of the Film and Stage Plays Act. So that's why sometime early in the year, we're doing letters to the YouTubers, we're doing letters to all other platform VODs, OTTs, just to ensure that they bring their content, which is audiovisual, and since their main intention is to exhibit it to the public, then it has to comply with the provisions of our law. We have to classify it. If you're making a film, then you have to get a license from us. And then Section 4 of our Act, it restricts making of film without a filming license. So this section prohibits the making of any film, whether for public exhibition or sale within or outside the country without obtaining a filming license. So if you intend to make a film within the Kenyan jurisdiction, please make sure that you come for a filming license from Kenya Film Classification Board offices. And we have the offices across the country. We have regional offices. You heard earlier on from our regional manager, Mombasa, Yvonne. So if you intend to make film, and this particular film, you want it to be distributed to the public, you want for the public to view it, then please make sure that you get a film license from us. And then we have Section 12, again, which is a key section in our act, it talks on the restriction on exhibition. So if you have to distribute or exhibit or broadcast any film within the Kenyan jurisdiction, again, we have to examine that particular film, and you have to be issued with a certificate of approval. And we have exemptions to this particular section, and I'm sure there are some few students here. If you are a student and you want to make a film for purposes of educational purposes or for purposes of fulfilling the curriculum, which have been approved by KIE or KICD, you can come to us, but we will not charge you. You are exempted from paying. But please make sure that you come. We give ex gratia certificate for that particular one. You are exempted, yes, but come to us. We give you that particular certificate. And then if you are making films for purposes of medical profession, for teaching purposes, then please, we also will issue a certificate, a gratia certificate. You will not be required to make a payment, but you still have to come to us so that you can issue with that particular certificate. As a regulator, we have to ensure this so that there is some order. And then another section is section 16, certificate of approval. We have already mentioned about it. We have the classifications, ratings that we issue. So section 17, the board examines a film. It allows us to examine a film, and we can either approve that film for public exhibition, we can approve subject to excisions, or refuse to approve for public exhibition. And this is the restriction that I was talking about. And I know most of you don't know this, but if you're a filmmaker and you intend to use a poster to advertise this particular film, just to encourage the public to come and watch it, then that particular poster that you are using to advertise, you have to bring it to us for us to classify this particular poster. And for the poster, we'll as well either approve for public display or approve it for public display subject to deletions or alterations, or refuse to approve this particular one. The reason to why we examine poster is that some posters are misleading. Yeah, it might have content on the poster that is child friendly. So as a parent, you can think that this particular film is okay for my child. But when you go to watch the content, then the content does not speak to the poster that was used to advertise. So we ensure as a filmmaker, if you're using any poster to advertise for people to come and watch the content, you bring that particular content and the content itself, the film content, to us so that we can examine it. Then another key section is section, still under section 17, films unsuitable for children. We all know that if you want any film that is suitable for children to watch must be rated GE, general exhibition. So if it is not rated general exhibition, then it must have a rating of 10, which is unsuitable for children under the age of 10, and that is what we call PG, parental guidance. A parent has to be there to ensure that they are guiding their children on the content so that that content does not corrupt the mind of the child, or the child does not misinterpret this particular film into something else. And then we have unsuitable for children under the age of 16, and then we have adults only. Another rating that is not here is restricted. And then our act also provides for appeals. As a filmmaker or anyone who tries to implement our act, if we give any decision specifically like the rating, or you have brought your content for us, the script, you want us to give you the filming license, and by maybe for us complying by our act, we refuse to give it to you for that particular either script or film not complying with the provisions of our law, then you have the right to appeal. You can appeal it to the cabinet secretary. That is what our act provides currently. But we are working on our laws to ensure that this particular section, we try to make it comply with the other provisions of the law whereby it provides for the tribunal. We want to have a tribunal that is well informed with the issues of film so that they can listen to you, understand you, and then they can be able to make a right judgment for you. Despite us having these provisions in the law, you are not, okay, the first appeal is for you to come to appeal to the cabinet secretary. If you are not satisfied, you can as well go to court. And then we have penalties. Our act provides that any person who is found guilty of an offense shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 100,000 or imprisonment for a period not more than 5 years. I'm sure some of you here have been culprits. If you have been found maybe distributing film without a filming license, you have been found making a film. Mombasa is very notorious for making films on the beach and all that. So if you are found making a film without a filming license, it is an offense. Distribution, exhibiting it without the same content being examined, it's also an offense. Apart from that, we also, if convicted in addition to the above or in place of the same, the court may order the film, maybe classification and destruction of the film, then revoke the film license or the certificate of approval that has already been issued. Yeah, basically that's it for the mandate of the Kenya Film Classification Board. Our act is big, and I would request that all of us please try or endeavor to read the act so that you are familiar with the provisions of other sections that have not highlighted here. Thank you for listening to me. We'll have a section for Q&A later once all the presenters have done their presentation. Thank you so much.
Jamalanga neditie debuta baba. Jamalanga neditie debuta baba. Sande jakwana goti ere katunga tuma. Siepa wadale.
Thank you, DJ. Good afternoon, everyone. I prefer close to you. My name is Alexander Marcos Masiga. I'm going to do a very basic assignment. I'll undertake a very basic assignment of taking us through creation. And this is where I would like our lecturers to pay keen attention. My colleague has mentioned something, but again, I'll break it down for you so that we can get to understand what is expected of us to be able to basically enable our students to transition to the industry. What you've seen her presenting are aspects of the industry, and it gives every student the idea of what is expected of them. I'll tell you, the industry is not easy, but you have to be prepared for it. We need to prepare our students, and even for those who are there, they need to understand what awaits them. So I'll be looking at three aspects. The first one being registration of local filmmakers. I'll also focus on registration of film agents. And I'll give finer details of how to acquire a filming license. She's just mentioned that it's a requirement. And I'll start by giving a story. Before 2022, the requirement was that anyone who intends to film in Kenya should register. They were required to register as film agents. Or you pass through an agent to facilitate you, which meant you're incurring additional costs. But the board looked at that requirement and decided to redefine the role of film agents in Kenya. Film agents are basically production companies that are either registered and incorporated by the Office of the Registrar of Companies, and later registered by the board and allowed to facilitate other filmmakers. So after the redefinition of the role of film agents, we decided that film agents will only be facilitating foreigners. And so we introduced the requirement for local filmmakers to register with the board as a way of facilitating you. And this registration is meant to be free of charge. And it's also a way of ensuring that we collect the data that is required by government to inform policy and other aspects that should facilitate the film industry. So in this case, any filmmaker who intends to undertake filming in Kenya is required to register with the board and be issued with an annual certificate of registration. This is not just a certificate. It cannot be for 10 years or 20 years or for eternity, because it's a regulatory document that comes with terms and conditions. I know most of us would be wondering who would be qualifying to be an agent. I cannot walk to the board as an individual because we've realized that we need to provide solutions to the industry. And one of the biggest or the major undoing to this industry is the fact that most of the businesses are informal. Is there a way we can help by formalizing those businesses? And that's why we are saying you need to be locally registered or incorporated for us to register you as a local filmmaker free of charge. These are few requirements that all of us should be having. And in this case, we're looking at a sole proprietorship business or a limited company. So the first requirement is actually that certificate of registration. If you're incorporated or registered, then you should provide us with that. And we also need the details of the directors, which should be found in the official search documents in the name of the CR 12 or CR 13. We're also looking at the KRA PIN certificate for sole proprietorship. The owner should actually be able to use their PIN certificate, and the limited companies should have their company details. And then the company profile. So for those who are in the industry and even those who are preparing for the industry, our students should actually get to learn how company profiles are written. Provide us with the necessary information that is required there. You know, just give us a pager of what you think it is or constitutes a company profile and submit it to us. So I think we need to prepare our students and ensure that they understand this. And of course, for the directors of the company, we also require the identification documents. And here we're talking about the national ID card or a valid passport. This particular service is offered within one working day upon receipt, upon submission of a complete application. We always strive to do this within 12 hours as opposed to the 24 hours. So if there's anyone who is interested in registering, you'll be guaranteed to receive the service within one working day. And you don't need to walk to our offices. All these services are available online. We have a licensing portal where you can create an account, log in, and complete the process. This is how the certificate looks. It's basically a certificate certifying that your production company or your business of that postal address is registered as a local filmmaker. And terms and conditions that come with it, one of which is obtaining filming licenses for every title that you film during the validity of the license. I've also mentioned the aspect of registration of film agents. I repeat, this is an opportunity. We are not just here to tell you about what is expected of you, but we'll also be pointing out the opportunities that exist within the industry, which I think many people have not taken advantage of. At least I'm happy to report that in Mombasa, we have companies that are registered as film agents. And I believe they are the ones who facilitate most of the foreign productions that are shot in Kenya. And there are few, quite a handful. I don't think there are even 7 of them. So can we take advantage of this? Because if a foreigner wants to film in Mombasa, there's no point of me coming with someone from Nairobi, because at least I'll have someone in Mombasa who can help me seek accommodation. I need transport services. I need auditions and talent from here. I may need, the various licenses and clearances from counties and any other location that I require to film in. So a film agent will facilitate foreigners strictly in application of filming licenses. That is how they interact with us, and that's why we identify them as film agents. But they also have the responsibility of ensuring that the foreigner complies with filming regulations and other Kenyan laws. If you are required to have a work permit as a foreigner, it is the agent who is supposed to ensure that that happens. If there's any sort of clearance that is required, you also need to facilitate the foreigner with that. Just like local filmmakers, for you to become an agent, you have to be a locally registered or incorporated company. And these are also the requirements. We're looking at the registration certificate, the official such documents indicating the details of the directors, a valid tax compliance certificate. This is an obligation, a big obligation that is bestowed on an agent. And you cannot be operating in your bedroom and expect the foreigner to know where you're operating from. So you need to have a website with information about your company, your teams, and what you do, and probably even the laws that govern this sector. A company profile is required and the identification documents, but the biggest difference between the requirements for an agent and local filmmaker is the fact that you cannot facilitate a foreigner who is a filmmaker when you do not know what filming entails. So you must have a technical person. So the young people here who are joining the industry, these are the people the agents are supposed to have. The owner of the company doesn't necessarily need to be an agent, to be a filmmaker, but they can employ someone who has a know-how in filmmaking, the know-how of filmmaking, to be the technical person, and their professional certificate in filmmaking or aspects of filmmaking should be provided. This service is also offered within 1 working day upon receipt of a complete application. And remember, registration of filmmakers, local filmmakers, is free of charge, but this one costs 12,000 annually, and it comes with the terms and conditions. The services are also accessible online through a portal, which is right there, and you can get that within a day. That's how a certificate looks like. It's more or less like a local filmmakers, but this is for a film agent, and it comes to the terms and conditions. The most important terms, the most important of all, is that a film agent must acquire a filming license before filming, and this agent can acquire licenses for themselves as well as the foreigner. Because when it comes to renewal of this certificate, we will basically check compliance, and if you're not compliant, we will not be able to renew that. My colleague mentioned the aspect of the filming license. So these are the filming requirements, which most of us have to observe. I know most of you have interacted with us, especially those who are in the industry. And you're obligated as a filmmaker to acquire a filming license from the board prior to filming, not after filming. And remember, there's the assumption that once you have a filming license, you can walk to tomb and film without consent. You know, many people think that is possible. But you must have consent or clearance of any nature to be able to film in any filming location. I know students are here, and for the industry and for the benefit of the students, you need to pay attention to some of these things. I know someone will ask, is a music video a film? Is a music video a film? Is it? What is the definition of film that my colleague Lois mentioned? What is a film?
A film is a contextual recording or documentary in audio, video, or any other form for entertainment or educational purposes.
Thank you. I can actually pick the definition from what she said. You know the other forms of entertainment that is not film. So film is basically recorded audiovisual content. And a music video is nowadays a genre of film. So this is what we're looking at. So I'll not focus on the genre, but the subject material, because even those subject materials come with different genres. So for feature films, short films, TV series, web series, And docu-series, we require a synopsis, a screenplay. Of course, the shooting schedule has to be indicated. And there are details of these key members of the crew. Most of them are found in the above-the-line crew. The producer, director, and DOP. You realize that they appear everywhere. In case of any breach of law, these are the people we'll actually pursue. But don't forget that even as an actor, anyone who is involved in the creation or in the making of the film is culpable. So we also need to ascertain that the film we are participating in making actually has acquired a filming license from the board. For documentary, feature, corporate videos, music videos, testimonials, travelogues, infomercials, you're basically talking about shorts. The reason a short film is up there is because of the screenplay. Most of them take that format of a script, which is a screenplay. But when you come to this one, you realize that most of these productions are usually between 0 and 40 minutes. And the American Academy of Motion Pictures has actually categorized this. And there are also other renowned institutions that have classified or differentiated a short film from a feature film. For this, we need either a synopsis, screenplay, treatment, script outline, running order, or storyboard, whichever is available and will enable us to understand your story. Then we should be able to license you. The other requirements are actually like for the first subject material. Advertisement. This is very particular. If you're creating an advertisement, you need to ensure that you provide us with a treatment. That is the only thing that we'll work with at this point. We'll not need a synopsis or a script, but your treatment. Yeah, we should be able to understand how you've pre-visualized the advert. How to apply for the license? You can always access this service online. It's also available on the same portal. But what I would like to point out is that there's one important requirement. If you're intending to use a drone in your shoot, there's the requirement of a letter of recommendation from the board to the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. We don't need to give you a letter. We've embedded this in our application form. You need to clearly indicate that you'll use a drone either at daytime or at night or both. Or if you're not using, just say that you're not using it, because this is the license that will facilitate, the acquisition of a certificate, of a permit to fly a drone from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. The licensing timelines, there are two categories here based on the subject material. If it's a feature film, TV series, web series, or docu-series, we are doing that within 48 hours. That is 2 working days. And it's because of the length of your blueprint that we need to review. For anything below 40 minutes, that is 0 to 40 minutes, we'll do it within 1 working day. And we mainly do it within 12 hours. There's a bit of a formula. If you look at that handbook, you realize that there's a formula we provided just to help you understand how the filming fees are computed. So for documentaries, advertisement, and short films, and anything short, where a short film is anything between 0 and 40 minutes, you'll be charged 5,000 shillings, and there's a daily filming fees of 1,000 shillings. But for feature films, TV series, docu-series, and web series, it's 15,000 per season. That is for the series. And for feature film, it's just 15,000 plus 1,000 daily filming fees. This is how the license appears. You have the filming license capturing all the details that you require, how much you've paid, it has been issued to who, as the production company or the agent, and what is the subject material you're creating. It has all the locations and the dates, basically a shooting schedule, and it also has the terms and conditions that you need to observe while filming. What should be of interest to students and lecturers of film is that the board has made a deliberate effort to help the students transition to the industry. You've seen the fees that professionals are charged. But again, for the student, we issue what is called a gratis filming license. It basically means you apply for the license and my CEO will waive the fees, the fees that is expected of you, and will issue with a filming license. So all you need to do as an institution is write a letter to the chief executive officer, and will be able and fill the application forms and provide even the scripts and everything that is required, and will be able to grant a license free of charge for all students who are undertaking filming. The reason for this is that most of the students try to confine themselves within the spaces in the campus. Yet we have spaces outside campus where they can film. All they need is the filming license, but also consent from anyone who is managing or conserving the locations. So if you want to film in the park, you just go to KWS with a filming license and they'll allow you to film there. Anywhere that is managed by the county, the same thing applies, or even private property. So that is how we are working with the students. And I think once you get used to this process, then it will be easy for you when you get out there, although now you'll be expected to pay some money. Allow me to also focus on film distribution and exhibition for those who are distributing. I think it's quite unfair for me to just talk and no one talks back to me. I need feedback. Who is a distributor? Who is a film distributor?
A film distributor ni mtu ambaye anasambaza filamu ima kupitia tovuti ama website, ama anatumia labda sinema, ama anauzia labda wale broadcasters, watu wa TV, ama anauzia hizi online platforms kama Netflix na wengine. Kwa hivyo mtu yote anasambaza kazi ya filamu, muziki au nini, anaitwa distributor. Asante.
Asante sana. And who is a film exhibitor? Ninyi mko karibu. Who is a film distributor? A film exhibitor.
A film exhibitor, I think, is a person who is trying to put on a cinema around for the broadcast or people to have it in a way that can make them be happy or proud for the cinema he produce or he exhibit through the social media, website, all the platform according to how it is presented.
Tumesikia kweli? A film distributor sells, an exhibitor shows. Sawa? Kuna yule anayeuza na kuna yule anayeonyesha. So that is the difference. So there's a requirement that any person who wishes to be involved in the business of distributing or exhibiting films in Kenya to be registered with the board. And this is basically what we're talking about. If you're a distributor, we're talking about a video library, a video shop, a movie shop, any vendor of any nature, if you're hawking the movies, even those who are selling video games, you're actually a distributor. And of course, we have the distributors who get movies from the foreign companies and bring them to the cinema theater. Those are still film distributors. But for those who are showing, who are actually very many, the cinema theaters, the video shows, the video game consoles, most of us know them as PlayStations, where PlayStation is a brand. A virtual reality hub also is an exhibitor, the video game hubs. Anyone involved in that business, if you decide to run a restaurant and you're showing images, audiovisual images to the public, you're actually a distributor. Mobile cinemas, public screenings, the digital billboards that we see in our towns, all those are exhibition platforms. When it comes to registration requirements, we have requirements for individuals and also corporates. So for individuals, these are just the key requirements: your ID as the owner of the business, We need to know where you're running the business, the nearest police station, and we're also looking at the county of operation. For corporates, the certificate of registration is key. We're also trying to see how we can formalize this. We are seeing formalized businesses registering with us as distributors and exhibitors. There's a KRA certificate for the company or the individual running the business in the case of sole proprietorship business. The physical location, the nearest county of, the county of operation and the nearest police station. You can easily do that, create an account again on our portal, select the type of license you want. If it's a distribution or exhibition license, complete the application. But you also have, for this kind of business, you have the option of walking into our nearest office and acquire this service. We have an office in Mombasa that will cover the rest of the coastal region. These are the fees for distributors and exhibitors. If you are running a video game, a movie shop, a cinema distribution platform, OTT or VOD, that is over-the-top services or the video on demand services, it's 3,000. But again, you need to get stickers. These are the stickers that you can see over there, either GEPG 16 or 18. Once you've classified your film, you should actually be able to have this. When I visit your shop to buy a film, I should be able to see the rating in advance for me to decide whether I'm going for a movie that is rated 18. And if you're a parent and you want a movie for your child, remember 18 is not one of those options unless they are 18 and above. But again, there are also those other options. So each sticker goes for 10 shillings. For exhibitors and distributors, for cinema theaters, outdoor screens, digital billboards, mobile cinemas is 10,000 shillings per year for that registration license. And then there's the virtual reality hubs, still 10,000 per premises. The video shows, PSVs, and other forms of public exhibition attracts 2,000 shillings annually for the film distribution exhibition license. These services are also offered within one working day. I talked about the stickers. These are actually the stickers that you need to get. You need to buy these stickers as a distributor, and it's a minimum of 200 of them. And we also need to understand what you cannot distribute. Let's pay attention to this, that if you're intending to distribute any film, then the film must be classified by the board. If it's unclassified, you cannot distribute that. If it's restricted by the board, most of us know it as banning. If it's restricted, you can still not distribute it to the public. That is how the license looks. It also comes with the terms and conditions of the license. And I think my task is done. I believe we'll have so many questions which we are prepared for during the Q&A session. I guess you can cue something for Redemptor as she comes. I'd like to invite my colleague Redemptor Amondi to take us through film classification. Thanks for listening.
Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'll just let them cue the clip. My name is Redemptor Amondi. I'm in charge of classification at Kenya Film Classification Board. So I just want you to watch this clip and then we are going to do the classification together. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the small movie. So as we go along, I'll be referring to the clip as we talk about classification. So classification is the process of reviewing a film to make a determination, either to allow it for public exhibition, to restrict it for certain age, or to restrict it altogether. So for this clip, would you think that will you allow it for public exhibition? And would you allow it for all ages, or will you restrict it for some people? How many agree that is all ages? How many agree that we should probably restrict it for children? Yeah, so I will let you know how we arrive at a rating for that. But then we should not have banned it. It's okay to allow it for public exhibition and distribution. So why you need to submit your content for classification is to determine age appropriateness for the film. So you submit that content so that the board can determine who should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to determine who can watch it, and also is to empower consumer to make informed choices. So if you were to give an age rating for this film, I will not just say that this film is rated GE. I will say it is rated GE and why, so that the consumer can make that decision. Or I'll say this film is rated PG because it has some aspect of horror, some aspect of violence, so that as a consumer you are able to make that determination whether to watch or not to watch. And also it will help you to reach a wider audience. If you are going to sell your film or to put your film in certain platforms, they'll need you to have a rating. So by that rating, they're able to decide whether they'll be able to watch it or not to watch it. So for us, when we are looking at a film like this, there are certain parameters that we look at. There's a tool that we use. It's called film classification guidelines. So these guidelines are a parameter used by the board to assign age rating. Someone who has watched this film, probably if you are religious, you'll say, this film is a very good film. It inspires me. I will want it to go out to the public. But then you'll be using your biases to determine, to classify a film. If you are not very religious, probably you are an atheist, and you think religion corrupts people's mind, you'll totally would not want such a film to go out to the public. So to avoid that, so that our ratings are objective, our ratings represent what is in the country, we use what we call classification guidelines. And these guidelines are developed through stakeholders' participation. The board will draft, the board will present them to the public, and the public, as a nation, will decide these are the guidelines we are going to use for classification in this country. You need to understand that classification differs from one country to another. What is acceptable here may not be acceptable somewhere else. What is acceptable somewhere else may not be acceptable here. But then we need to agree as a nation, as a people, what is acceptable here. So that's why we use classification guidelines. So when you're looking at our film, at our classification guidelines, we have what we call thematic areas, the broad areas that we look at. We have violence and crime, sex, nudity and obscenity, alcohol, drugs and other harmful substances, horror and occult, religion and community, propaganda for war, incitement and hate speech. So from the clip that we've just watched, which thematic area will you identify in that clip? If someone can raise their hands and you get your microphone. So from these things, the thematic areas, which will you identify from the films that you've just watched? Yes?
Religion and community.
Religion and community.
Yes.
Another thematic area.
War and violence.
War and violence. That will be violence. There's some form of violence. Another, last one. Hapa mbele.
I think the horror and the occult.
Horror and occult. Yes, there are some form of horror and occult. So as a board with my panel, the board will sit down and we'll look at a film like that and we'll decide which thematic areas that we've observed. And then once you observe the thematic areas, under thematic areas, we have what you call elements. And these are the elements. So under violence and crime, you'll find violent behavior, fighting and combat technique, emotional and verbal abuse, dangerous and imitable behavior, gender-based violence, and gun violence. So for example, in this film, there was some form of fighting and combat. There were some soldiers, though we did not see them combating, but you can tell these are people who are going to war. Under sex and nudity, the classifiable element are those ones: depiction of human genitalia, sexual offensive violent behavior, vulgar language, depiction of physical affection. So in this clip, there was none of this because the thematic area did not include sex, nudity, and obscenity. So another element is alcohol, drugs, and harmful substances, and those are the elements that we consider. Though these are not exhaustive, these are some of the elements that we consider when arriving at a classification decision. Horror and occult, yes. So there's depiction of magic, supernatural forces, supernatural events, and related acts, including mind reading, hypnosis, and extreme religious rituals, exorcism, paranormal, or mysterious events. So from this clip, we saw there was something supernatural happening. So there was the splitting of the sea. Normally we do not see the splitting of the sea. So when you are looking at the elements, so these are some of the things you'll find in the report when you classify a film like this. Under propaganda for war, hate speech, or incitement to violence. So classifiable elements are those ones: incitement to violence, repetitious, emotional charge phrases, propaganda to rally people behind war or cause. So under religion and community, this was the main thematic area in the film, religion and community. So basically, this was the story of Moses and the splitting of the sea. This story, you'll find it in the Bible, you'll find it in the Quran, and even the Jew have the same story. So basically, the main theme in this movie was religion and community. So once we've classified that, we've seen the religion and community, you've seen violence and crime and all that. How do we arrive at a rating? So first and foremost, we'll consider the theme of the film. So the theme is the overall message that a film intends to convey. And it will depend on the treatment of that theme, but the significantly, especially how the theme has been treated. So we want to see the theme. So for example, the theme in this film was basically the supernatural act of dividing the sea. So we'll look at it and see how it has been presented. And we want to make sure that it does not offend. Because we know this religion is a very dicey matter, it's a very sensitive matter. So for classification, we want to ensure that we live in a pluralistic society, that it does not offend anyone. So that is the theme. The theme of the film basically is, if you are familiar with the story, is the children of Israel being delivered from Egypt. They are going through the Red Sea. Behind, there's the army coming, and then God supernaturally parts the Red Sea. That's the theme. Number two is the context. This film, the context is the depiction that is relevant or necessary for the integrity or the continuity of the story. So the context basically is from the religious text. If you look at the film, the context is for most of the religious text. So if that context could have been taken, if that story could have been taken out of context, so if someone can decide, I'm going to do a film about splitting of the sea, but then the context is not from the religious text. They decide maybe the context is people escaping prison, or the context is alien. It has alien part of it. But then from this one, the context was taken from the religious text. So we'll also consider that that when we are making classification decision. Then we have tone and mood. This is the overall mood or atmosphere present in the film. So I want to ask a question. When you are watching this clip, what was going through your mind? The tone, what was going through your mind? How are you feeling? Did you feel a form of suspense? Yes. So there was suspense, and that suspense was achieved by the choice of music that was used in the film, the choice of sound that was used in the film. So for us who are adults, yes, there was suspense, but then you are not fearful, especially if you are aware of the story. You know, at the end, they are going to win. But then if you are a child, you are a minor, putting a minor through that will not be something advisable. For example, a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old, you put them through that kind of. So it's the tone. So the tone was fearful, was suspense. But then as an adult, you can process such emotions. But then we are also concerned with the kids. How will the child process such things? So we also consider the tone and the mood. So we'll say probably because of the tone and the mood of this film, probably let us not expose this to children. And then the next thing that we consider is the intensity. Though there's the element of violence, we did not see actual violence happening in the film. So it was not very intense. Suppose it was a hand-to-hand combat, or there were the people were gotten, and then there was some slaughtering. So that would have changed the intensity of the film. But then we see violence. But then this violence, we are just saying because we see soldiers, we see them running. Out from our mind, we know if they could have caught up with them, there will be some form of violence. But then we do not. The creators of the film choose not to give us exact violence. So that will be intensity. So for such a film, we may rate it PG. But then if there was some hand-to-hand combat, there was some slaughtering going on, then the rating will have gone higher because of the intensity. And then the other thing was the frequency. The frequency is the number of classifiable elements that appear in film. So a film may have, let's use violence, a film may have scenes of violence, but then it's just one scene. The rating may be lower. But then if it is a film that it has the form of violence, it is being reinforced in very many scenes, then the rating will have to go higher. So that we do not normalize violence. We do not present violence as a way to solve problems. But then, and then also it depends with the context. In what context is that violence being presented? So if it is a historical film, most films are factual. If it's a historical film and it has violence, we may give it a higher rating because we understand the information value, the educational value of that film. But then if it's just pure entertainment, then the rating may have to go higher because of the context. And then all this will end up forming what we call impact. At the end of the day, as a filmmaker, the person who made this film had an agenda, had a reason to make that film. So after watching this clip, how did it make you feel? I just need two people. How did it make you feel? You didn't feel anything? Okay, mwisho kuna na.
I felt very much attached with the film because of the action that was involved. The action was, was moving in a way that is touching humanity.
Someone else, one more person, just one more person. One more person. A lady, preferably.
Anyone?
Okay. Okay, let's move on. Oh, there's someone here. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, here.
I felt scared because I saw soldiers coming behind the people. So when I saw the movie, I felt scared because I saw the soldiers coming. So it's like they wanted to kill those people. But luckily, God saved them. So after the end of the film, I felt happy because I saw what happened.
Yeah. So you see, at the end of the day, the filmmaker want to elicit some emotions, want to elicit perception. So impact is what will affect your emotions, what will affect your perception. So if you are a religious person watching this film, probably your faith will be reinforced. If you are a skeptic, you may start uh, judging here and there. So at the end of the day, it's what impact will it have on you? And then as a board, what we are concerned, we understand adults can process emotions. Adults are in charge of their own faculty, but then we are concerned on what impact will it have on kids. What message is it going to reinforce to children? So impact also help us to decide to classify film. So if this film was presented for classification, so these are some of the films that we received. For a very long time, we know the story of Moses from the Bible perspective. If you went to Sunday school, you know the story of Moses. But then as you grow older, then you understand, also Quran has that story. So there's that understanding. So these films, we usually receive them from the Iranian embassy, the embassy of Iran. So when they're doing their cultural thing, and also film is also a way of exporting culture. So Iranian embassy usually present us with such films. So we have one on Jesus, we have one on Solomon, and so on and so forth. So this film was presented to the board, and we rated it PG. PG because yes, it's a good film. It is coming. The context is from religion, but then we decide PG means PG-10. We thought that persons under the age of 10, you either should have your parent watch it first and decide for you, or you watch it with your parent to explain to you, and then rather than expose it to everyone else. So the reason is we live in a pluralistic society. So so as a parent, you're able to explain to your kid, to explain to a child what is going on in the film. So that's why we rated it PG, because there's also some scenes of horror, a bit of it. But then as a parent, you're able to explain those are the bad guys, and this is God protecting the good guys. And then at the end of the day, it has an happy ending to it. So these are the rating that we have. We have GE, which means my colleague Lois had done it. GE means general exhibition, parental guidance, PG. We have PG-10, and then 16, unsuitable for persons under the age of 16. PG-10 is legally restrictive. So if you have a film, 16, if you have a film that is rated 16 and you admit children under the age of 16, then you'll be committing an offense under Cap 22. And then films restricted 18 is for adults only. Yes, we also classify posters. Posters are either rated, but these posters must be related to film. Posters are either rated approved for public exhibition or not approved for public exhibition. How to apply for classification? Those are the sites you need to visit. You pay the fees as determined, and then certificate of approval is processed within 24 working hours. Thank you.
Haya, swadakta.
Habari za adhuhuri. Naomba tusimame kidogo tuegeze misuli ama au wasema vipi? Tu stretch kidogo, si ndio? Tumekaa sana. Dakika moja tu, sekunde 60 hivi. Please, let's stretch. I know it's a bit hot. Yo. Kidogo tu Hapa ni mahanja Maisha ndio hayo. Nasema asante DJ, pull up. Asanteni sana. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Victor Okello. In this next session, we are going to present materials provided by other sister agencies that concern filming. Naenda present on Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and the Directorate of Immigration Services. And to start us, I want to proceed with the role of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority in the film industry.
Poleni, I'm just taking 1 minute. Wanted to say, because we are trending and we would like also to communicate that we are here. Tafadhali, just in 1 minute, take your phone. Take your smartphone, please. Penye uko. Ukitaka hiyo selfie, chukua peke yako ama chukua na mwenzako with their consent. Ama na ule mtu yule ako hapo. Kindly take your phone, smartphone. Kama mtanamlika mwizi and you are together, chukua nene in your smartphone, take a selfie, go to X, Twitter. Enda Twitter utaona usanii safe for all. Usanii safe for all. We are trending on number 7, just check. Na ndio nimeona Gen Z ndio wale wanapenda kabisa wanafanya. And then put it there, push the hashtag usanii safe for all. Asante, thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for that reminder. Tunaomba nyinyi nyote kindly muitike huo wito.
Jésus Seigneur.
Asante sana, DJ. On the next presentation, I'm going to speak on the role of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority in the film industry in the Republic of Kenya. Just by a show of hand, how many people have used drones? Okay, how many people here are filmmakers? Just by a show of hand. Filmmakers, you're quite a handful. How many of you, in the process of filming, mmewahi kutumia drones? Ndege lisilo na rubani, Waswahili waita hivyo. Wangapi? Asanteni sana kwa kufahamisha hayo. Now, drones in the Republic of Kenya is regulated by the Kenya Civil Aviation Amendment Act of 2002 under the auspices of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, whose main mandate and role is to regulate and oversight aviation in the Republic of Kenya, na pia to oversight licensing and of air services, certification of aircraft operations, and finally provide air navigation services and training aviation personnel. That training is done by East African School of Aviation. We are going to discuss the issues of importation, regulation or registration, and operation of drones in Kenya. Na katika zile harakati za kutumia drone katika kazi ya filamu, it's important to note that drone must first be registered. So it's illegal actually for you to operate a drone in filming if that drone is not licensed or registered by the KCA. You can either use a drone either through importation or hiring. Then the question is, if you intend to import a drone in the Republic of Kenya, what do you need to do? First, you must seek an authority from KCA to import that particular drone into the Republic of Kenya by getting a document which we call importation permit. Remember, when you're making that application, one of the things that KCA will require from you as an importer of a drone to the Republic of Kenya is that you need to give them the specification of that particular drone, because there are various usages of drone and several specifications. So if it's for filming, it's important that you indicate it's for filming. Further, that application can be submitted through the KCA portal, or that is the KCPS portal, where you'll submit the application for importation authorization, and you'll be required to submit certain documents. You can either import as an individual or as a company. If you are an individual, you are required to submit the following documents. One of them is that a valid tax compliance certificate, a KRA PIN certificate, an ID or passport of the person who wishes to import the drone into Kenya, and a valid police clearance which is not older than 12 months. So it's important to take note of those particular information. And if you are a company that also intends to import a drone in the Republic of Kenya, you shall be required to provide a certificate of incorporation. That if it's a company limited, but if it's a business name or an LLP, you'll also required to submit the requisite document, that is a certificate of registration of business name or a limited liability partnership certificate. Further, you'll be required also to attach a tax compliance certificate valid from KRA, accompanied by the twin document, that is a PIN certificate, a CR12. A CR12 is a document indicating or showing who are the directors of that particular company. Fifth rather, you also need to submit a valid police clearance for the management personnel. Remember, the management personnel should be the directors who are indicated in the CR12 we have mentioned earlier. And further, it should not be more than 12 months old. After that, you'll be required, once you've submitted those documents, you can proceed. You've brought the drone into the country. You may now proceed to register that particular drone through that portal there. Upon application, you shall be issued with a grant and a certificate, which we call a registration certificate for the drone. Remember that for you to operate a drone, whether you've hired it or it's yours, you've imported it, you need to acquire what we call a daily operational authority. My colleague Marcos had indicated that when you are filming or applying for a film license, and you need to use a drone, and because you need to indicate it in your application, you need to indicate the time of the day you're going to use the drone and the location. This daily operation authority will indicate the location you are filming, the time you are filming, and it should be acquired, or you should apply for it for the number of days you are going to use the drone. Further, for requirements for commercial usage in Kenya by local operators, first and foremost, please ensure that that drone is registered by KCAA. Secondly, for the person who is operating that drone, they must be issued what we call a remote pilot license, or RPL certificate. This is for trained personnel. Remember, not everyone should be able to man that drone. You must be trained and issued with a pilot license. Also, a remote aircraft operator certificate should be issued for that drone. That is the person or the company that will be manning that drone. It is also important to note that while operating a drone, it must have valid insurance, at least a third-party insurance. It's important also to take further note that you may have met all the three requirements, but you should not operate a drone whose insurance has lapsed or expired. A letter of no objection for the areas where the drone is to be used. For example, if you are to film using a drone within Technical University of Mombasa today, it is important that you get a letter of no objection because you'll be indicating where you're going to use that drone. So prior to you applying for the daily operational authorization, you need to get letter of no objection, which you'll submit amongst other documents to KCA. That letter of no objection will give you the authority or the permission to use the drone within the vicinity or the presence of that particular facility or a place where you intend to use the drone. Secondly, if you are going to use a drone in government designated or gazetted buildings, environs, like airports, military bases, KWS parks, and all that, you must get what we call a special authorization from KCA because of the security angle attached to certain facilities. The same requirement is also needed for people who are going to use it for private or recreational purposes. If a drone is to be used by a foreigner, remember the foreigner will be facilitated by a film agent. So as a film agent, please make sure that the foreigner who is going to man that drone must be facilitated by an approved ROC. So ROC is the remote operator certificate holder, and the list can be found, or you can always access the list in the KCA website, just like you can get a list of valid film agents on our website, that is kfcb.go.ke. Facilitation charges differ because these are not government agencies, so it depends on your agreement with the ROC. They'll charge you as per your agreement. That drone you are going to use, if you hire it, please make sure that it is registered. It has also the third-party insurance, a letter of no objection, as stated earlier, and an application for operation. That's all for KCA. I shall now proceed to the next agency, that is the Directorate of Immigration Services, whose mandate is to issue passports and other travel documents for Kenyans and foreigners. They regulate the entry and exit from Kenya. They also manage foreign nationals. Other than that, they register Kenyan citizenship. For purposes of filming, there are two documents which I'm going to discuss with you or inform you about. We have what we call work permit and a special pass. Work permits, I'm going to limit myself to two. That is Class D for employment and Class G for investment. Class D for employment is when, for example, you as a film producer or a filming company in Kenya, you intend to bring in or import labor of a filmmaker to provide that skill we don't have in the Republic of Kenya. Then you'll apply on behalf of that foreign filmmaker through the immigration department to issue them with what we call a work permit. If you wish to invest in the film sector in Kenya, then you will be issued with what we call a Class G work permit for business. That is for someone who's bringing capital investment for matters filming in the Republic of Kenya. So what are the requirements for a work permit? For a work permit, that is either class G or D for employment or investment, you shall be required to fill what we call Form 25. That should be stamped by the head of the institution that is bringing the foreigner into the Republic of Kenya, and it must also be stamped. A cover letter. In the cover letter, you need to indicate why are you employing a foreigner to come and do that business or to provide you with that skill. If it's a business Class G, you have to indicate why are you coming to invest in Kenya. Secondly, another document that you should attach is a national passport of the foreigner, which should be valid for at least 6 months. That is the international standard for transport, for passport to issue, for you to be able to travel. Then 2 recent colored passports or photos of the foreigner, academic and professional certificate. For example, if it's for Class D employment, you have to indicate that does this person hold the requisite skills you intend to bring in Kenya. Usije ukasema mtu anakuja kukusaidia kufilm na kona certificate ya welding. So it's important to clarify through that copies of the documents if the skill they're bringing, they have the requisite experience and certification. For Class D, if someone is coming, you're applying on behalf of someone who is coming to invest in Kenya, they need to provide proof of a capital investment of $100,000. And also further for Class G, that is a company, you need to provide CR12 for the company directors or those people who are coming. Further, it's important to note that other than the documents we've indicated earlier, you need to attach a copy of a valid tax compliance certificate. It should be valid, not expired. Employer's PIN, if someone is coming in as an employee. Current immigration status, if that person is already within the Republic of Kenya. Then an unrefundable fee of 20,000 Kenya shillings. That is for application. And a letter of clearance from Kenya Film Classification Board. So that is very, very important that before you employ someone to come, you must have either a valid film license, or if you are an agent, you must have a valid a valid film agent certificate. Upon approval of your application, you will be required to pay 1 million Kenya shillings. Remember, that application where you had paid 20,000, you need to submit it within 30 days. Otherwise, if you don't submit the application, or rather, if you don't make this payment of 1 million, ile 20,000 yako itakuwa imekunywa maji kwa lugha ya mtaani. It's important to note further that work permits are valid for either 1 year or 2 years and will be renewable upon expiry. Then both employer and employee must provide tax compliance certificates. I want to clarify on this. If you had employed someone, a foreigner, remember when they are coming, they have not been earning income, hawajakuwa wakipata mapato katika nchi yetu. So hawahitajiki kufanya nini? Kupeana tax compliance certificate. But already ameandikwa, amemaliza either mwaka moja ama miaka miwili. That employee is required to provide a valid tax compliance because that person has been earning income within the Republic of Kenya and therefore akona what we call income tax obligation as an income earner. Another document that is issued is what we call a Kenya Special Pass. This document allows foreigners to temporarily enter Kenya for business, trade, or professional activities. What do you require for you to apply for a foreign filmmaker as a film agent for a special pass? You'll be required to fill Form 32, imekuwa signed and stamped by the employer or the institution that is bringing the foreign filmmaker. A detailed cover letter indicating that the person is coming to film for a short period. Then a national passport, current immigration status as the other one, and a certificate of incorporation or compliance if it's a company that you are seeking their consultancy services in matters filming. And then the person or the company will pay $200 per month. For that period, they will remain in Kenya. It's further important to note that this special pass is only valid for 3 months because it's for a short stay within Kenya. But it can also be renewed once for an additional 3 months. Pengine amekuja kufilm for 3 months because of weather, vagaries of weather, maybe other inconveniences. Hangeweza kumaliza the 3 months. then you can give a detailed reason why that person need to renew it for another 3 months. Payment for this application for special pass should be done within 30 days upon approval of notification. Nani, $200. For further information, we invite you to visit Directorate of Immigration Services. The contacts are there. And at this juncture, I want to say thank you, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza kwa makini, nasema shukran. Kwa sasa naomba mwenzangu Brian aje apewane maagizo ama zile Kiswahili yangu imeisha hapo. Asante.
Kuishi visiwani hapa kuna utamu wake, maji ya Pemba Zanzibar, visiwa vya kwetu. Marashi na Pemba, Pemba, karafuu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Ombayo. As my colleague, Ustad Victor Okello has said, I'll be making presentations about Kenya Revenue Authority and Kenya Wildlife Service. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will focus mainly on incentives offered by Kenya Revenue Authority to filmmakers. All right. So it is important to note that these tax incentives are important in stimulating economic growth in the film industry. And for any filmmaker to be able to enjoy these incentives, he should consult with the Kenya Film Classification Board, Kenya Film Commission, and Kenya Revenue Authority, because these incentives can only be given once there is a recommendation from Kenya Film Commission and approval from the Treasury Cabinet Secretary. So the incentives on income tax, number one, the expenditure deductions. Section 15.1 of the Income Tax Act, Cap 470, provides for deductions of all expenses that are incurred in the production of income. For filmmakers, when you are in the process of filmmaking, there are those costs that you are definitely going to incur. So when you are supposed to pay the requisite tax, you deduct the cost that you had incurred so that you pay the right amount of tax. And this is specifically to the film industry and not any other. So the investment allowance, Section 15.2 of the income tax, provides for benefits from investment allowances, which may include filming equipment. Investors are eligible for 100%, claimable at 25% per year. This means that if you have bought an equipment, you are able to claim the investment you've made in it for a period of 4 years. For the first year, 25%, second 25%, third 25%, and then the fourth 25%. If the equipment, let's say, is worth 1 million, and at the end of the year, maybe you're supposed to pay tax of 1 million. What you do is, in the investment you had made, the 1 million in purchasing that equipment, 25% of that you will deduct from the tax that you're supposed to pay to Kenya Revenue Authority. Yes, and as I had said before, that is only applicable if you are registered and recommended by the Kenya Film Commission and approved by the Cabinet Secretary. So it is important for you to be registered and be known by these agencies for you to be able to enjoy these incentives. The exemption from withholding tax, the Section 35(1)(a) of the income tax provides that withholding tax does not apply to payments made by filming agents and producers who are approved by Kenya Film Commission. So I don't know how many agents are approved here or are registered. So not just anyone can be able to enjoy the withholding tax, the investment allowances, and expenditure deductions. So there is also the incentives on VAT. That is exemption on goods, section 54, part 1 of the first schedule, exempts VAT on goods imported and or purchased locally for use by local film practitioners. If you are registered by the board and recognized by the Kenya Film Commission, when you're going to make a purchase of a filming equipment, you will be exempt from paying VAT. As I had said, the registration and recognition by these agencies is very important for you to enjoy this. For example, if you're buying an equipment of 1 million, you can imagine 16% of 1 million is what you'll be saving at the end of the day. But I think most filmmakers are not aware of this. So exemption on services, section 21, part 2 of the first schedule, exempts VAT on services imported or procured locally for use by local film practitioners. So incentives on importing and exporting film equipment and other goods. Number one, the custom duty is a tariff or tax imposed on goods imported into Kenya. And the duties range from 0 to 35% depending on the tariff code in the customs external tariff handbook. So permanent importation, film equipment being permanently imported into Kenya is subject to full customs duty. But again, as I had said, if you importing this equipment, you'll be able to get back your investment if you are registered, if you are recommended by the Kenya Film Commission, and if you are approved by the Cabinet Secretary. So your relationship with these agencies really matters in making a headway into the film industry. So when you're making the temporary importation, of course, filming and photography equipment may be allowed temporarily without an import declaration form, but requires a security and undertaking to export the equipment within 12 months. So earlier on, as it had been stated by the earlier presenters, there are requirements for importing filming equipment temporarily. Of course, number one, you have to submit a filming license from the Kenya Film Classification Board. This shows that you are indeed going to conduct filming. If you temporarily import an equipment and you don't have a valid filming license, the equipment may be withheld by the customs at JKIA or any other port of entry. So payment of a non-refundable fee of 1% of the total value of the equipment or 30,000 shillings, whichever is lower. So basically, this is just to actually to show that you're indeed coming to film and you are not maliciously importing something to keep in your house. So you deposit cash or security equivalent to the duty owed on the goods, and then an application to the commissioner for temporary importation permission, then agreeing to export the equipment within 12 months. So in this process, you have to do an undertaking to the Commissioner General that after, when you import this equipment temporarily, within 12 months, you will have exported it back to the country of origin. I won't speak much about import drones because my colleague had already done so. So I will go to the next subject. For you to be able to get more information about the presentation, you can log into the website of Kenya Revenue Authority. You can send them an email or you can make a telephone call to them. So the next presentation is about authorization to film in the national parks, which are managed by Kenya Wildlife Service. So basically, Kenya Wildlife Service is established to conserve and manage Kenya's wildlife and to enforce related laws and regulations. So there are two types of filming requests in the national park. One, there is the standard and then the special. The standard basically is the typical routine requests that adhere to the common practices, where there are designated routes within the parks and you intend to follow those designated routes. The second one is special filming request. This one, you may be in need of using specialized equipment. Let's say if you're coming to film in a marine park and you want to use the drones, even the underwater drones, that is. So you have to disclose so that you can be given the right permit. So for you to make the standard application, you have to submit a filming license from the Kenya Film Classification Board, and then a brief summary of what you intend to film. And the declaration should be as straightforward as possible. Don't say you're going to film a documentary in Wasini Island, and yet you title it a different country, let's say in Mauritius or something. So you have to be very specific because you have to attribute it to where the film was done so that you also appreciate the work that the management of those facilities are doing. So requirements for special request. The first one is the off-road driving. So this request basically means that there are those designated routes that are supposed to be followed. But if you want to film outside those designated routes, there is impact that is expected to be on the environment. And for the Kenya Wildlife Service to take back that environment to where it was before you went to use it, you have to pay a fee. I think it's around 20% of the total chargeable fees. This actually, as I said, it is just to help the Kenya Wildlife Service restore the environment that you would have damaged during that period to where it was, so that it can also pave way for the next person to utilize facility in the right frame. The second one is the use of unmanned aircraft systems or drones. So in this case, you have to produce a remote pilot's license. You have to also give remote aircraft operator certificate from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. And then you have to produce the UAS certificate of registration from KCAA. After this, you'll be required to pay 30% of the total chargeable fees, because, as I said, you may interfere with marine life, and it may take a while for the management of Kenya Wildlife Service to restore it to where it was before you utilized their facilities. So for you to apply for the license, this is the Kenya Wildlife Service website. You go through the eCitizen. You'll be able to get those services within a very short time. So basically, that is the summary of my presentation. And I would like to invite Learned Counsel, the Attorney General in waiting when I take power, Miss Eunice Geda. Please dance.
Thank you, Brian. From your lips to God's ears. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we together? Are we together so far? I am the last presenter of the day. Yes. Okay, so we have learned about what you need to know about being a filmmaker, the opportunities that you can get if you want to be a film agent. What I'm going to teach you today, well, give you information on anyway, is with respect to copyright and data protection. So I'll be very brief and I will jump straight into it. Okay, so the first presentation I'm going to make is with respect to copyright. So copyright is basically the acknowledgement and the exclusivity of your work. So what does that mean? It is anything that you have created and the acknowledgement that it is your original work. So why is this important for you? How many filmmakers do we have in the house? How many filmmakers? Yes, give yourselves a hand. How many creatives, how many content creators we have in the house? Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. So what is this copyright? What does it entail? How does it help you? So it helps to protect you and the works that you have done. And this is governed by the Kenya Copyright Board, which is called KECOBO. Whose mandate is basically the administration of copyright and anything that is copyright related. So again, I've given the definition of what copyright is. It is the protection of your work and how it is managed, how it is distributed, how it is given out. Okay, so the functions again of the board, the KECOBO, is basically anything that is copyright related. What is key and what is important for you as a creative is the services that they offer. So one of the services that they offer, you as a filmmaker, you as a producer, you as a content creator, you're going to get into a lot of contracts with other people. So you're going to be producing work for other people, or people will want to get your work. So how do you protect your rights? They offer legal services. They can offer services on how to draft your contract so that you can get what is worth and what is valued to you as a creative, as a filmmaker, as a practitioner. Another service they offer is mediation services. So in the event that you have a dispute with respect to the work that you have done, anything that you have produced that is rightfully yours, and there's a dispute that is related to that, the Copyright Board is able to actually offer mediation services on that. We'll jump straight into the works that are eligible for copyright. We have literary works, which includes the computer programs. We have musical works, we have artistic, dramatic, broadcast, audiovisual, sound recording. So you see how broad this is. This is actually what is covered for you under copyright. Remember in the first presentation, we're going to tie all this together. In the first presentation, my learned counsel, the Attorney General herself, gave us a few provisions of the Constitution. So one of the things that she said was Article 2.6, where any convention that has been ratified by the country forms part of it. Why am I bringing this up? Because of the Berne Convention. So the Berne Convention recognizes and says that any work that has been produced as an original work need not be registered for it to be recognized as your work, as your original work. So that is a convention. So that is what it states. However, not necessarily however, it is important that you register your work, because in the event of a dispute, how do you prove that this is actually your work? While we know it is yours, Eunice, I have produced this film. This is my film. I have not registered it anywhere. How do you prove that? So that is the importance of copyright registration. Another function I had mentioned, I had not mentioned perhaps, is that the Copyright Board collects royalties. So if you are not registered under the Copyright Board, you are not going to be necessarily able to reap the benefits that they collect as per your work. So if there's anything that has been, anything that is distributed across any platform within the country or even outside, those benefits may not necessarily get to you if you do not have that registration. So it is an advantage to you to actually get yourself registered. What are these benefits and what are these rights under copyright? How do they look like? The first one I will get into is economic rights. So what does an economic right entail? It talks about reproduction rights. So you, as the owner of the copyright, have a right to make a decision on how these things will be copied. You have a right to state essentially how they will be distributed. The public performance rights, the public display rights, these are rights that are conferred to you under the economic rights. So these are rights that are protected within copyright as an economic right. The right to derivative work. What does that mean? It means when, for example, a DJ here plays something, for example. So you have a right to actually dictate how it is played and the acknowledgement that it is actually your work and you stand to make something out of it upon registration of your copyright. So it's all a holistic type of a process. And even the right to communicate to the public, which ties itself out to the distribution and the display rights. So these are the economic rights that come in when you do under economic rights. The second component of your rights under copyright is moral rights. This is the first one will be the right to paternity. So this is that right that is recognized that this is actually your work. This is Eunice's work. I am the original owner of this content that I have created. This is the right, the second one is about the right to integrity. This is the right that I have to ensure that there are no modifications made. And a right to false attribution. If there's anything that has been falsified, I have a right to actually say, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. This is how the original content looks like. So these are the moral rights with respect to copyright. The registration, this is voluntary. This happens through the Kokobo website. We all have this little here book. We all have it? Yes? Yes? Yes, okay. So this is, it has a bit more information. So if you look at the little portion for the Kekobo part, there's a portal that you can actually register your work. And it is, so each work, remember the categories of works that I gave? So each category has a period, a length of period within which your copyright lasts for. So it gives you all this information on how it is. However, the registration is fairly straightforward. It's 100 shillings for an individual, 500 shillings for corporate. Fairly easy, very doable. It is, at the end of the day, for your benefit as a creative. Another thing the Copyright Act provides for is, okay, I've registered my work. This is my film. My film is called ABCD. My music video is called AB. How someone else has taken it and purported that it is theirs. How do I get it taken down for infringement? Because that is essentially an infringement. The copyright board actually has a procedure for this. So at the point where you find that you have done everything that is necessary on your own to actually have this content taken down for infringement, or for infringement of copyright, then you can go to the copyright board. The procedure is fairly straightforward. You actually give the details of what the infringement is. You as a complainant, all your details. This is my work. I can prove it. I have an affidavit to swear it. And you present that to the copyright board, and they take the necessary action. And this action is also taken together, not only with the copyright board, but together with the communications authority and any other service provider. This also includes Safaricom, because the takedown process covers a whole other list of people. So if it's on YouTube, for example, YouTube will be contacted and they will take down this content once it has been established that there's been an infringement. So we have learned about copyright. Yes, so we're good there. You see the importance of registration of copyright of your work? All right then, so we move to data protection. Why is this important once again? Because as a filmmaker, as a content creator, as a film practitioner, as a distributor of content, as an exhibitor of content, as a business in any sort of way, are able to process data. What does data look like? First and foremost, this is actually undertaken by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. This is ODPC. And the definition of what personal data or what data is actually anything that can identify you as a person. So my name is Eunice Geda. I am 5'1", perhaps. My ID number is this. My telephone number is this. This is my email address. Those are details. My face, my picture right now, that is personal identifiable information. And so that forms the definition of what personal data is. So you as a filmmaker, you actually collect such information. You as a content creator, you as a producer, as an exhibitor, you actually collect this information. So what do you do with it? You process it in one way or another. So that makes you a data processor or a data controller. So the lingo behind it is but at the end of the day, what you need to understand is that at some point, in one way or another, you are a data processor. And so this is actually very important to you. So what are the principles that come with data protection? Why is it important? What kind of data you're collecting? Is it lawful? Is it fair? Do you have transparency in how you collect this data? Is it excessive? Is it fit for purpose? Is it necessary? Is that data that you're collecting necessary? So these are the principles. So for whatever purpose you think that you want to collect, you have to collect it for what it was intended for. So if you're taking an image and you say, or if you're filming something with someone's face, it has to be specifically for this film, specifically for this purpose. If you're collecting data, if you're an exhibitor and you collect any sort of data for a customer coming in, Is that data necessary? Do you require it? If no, then you do not have any, is no purpose for it. So you need to understand the constraints and how actually you're supposed to collect data and how you actually process it. Is it accurate? Do you have any accountability measures for it? One thing I will, if you can take anything away from data protection, is it has to be fit for purpose. Another issue, I don't know if you, well, we all did. When we were walking in, there was a registration desk, yes? So at that desk, if you read the form that you signed, it had two little boxes, right? So one is to consent to have your picture taken and your information shared with, like there was that, and there was a little disclaimer at the bottom to say, we will process your data for this, and this reason. So that is consent. What does consent need? It needs to be properly informed. It needs to be very specific. For you to actually give consent, I need to be very specific as to what it is I require your data for, why I need to process it. It needs to be informed, again, specific and informed, and it needs to be freely given. It has to be freely given. You cannot coerce consent. And so if you can take anything out of this, it is that at any given time, while you're processing any personal data, you need to protect it, you need to anonymize it when it is completed, you need to get unequivocal, clear, very clear consent about the data that you're collecting. And even us as a state, even us as government agencies have a responsibility to process the data that we collect. So this is not only for you, but it is for every single citizenry. And with that, so the Data Protection Commissioner has various ways and a step-by-step process on how you can register yourself as a data processor, as a data controller. So whichever category you fall into, you are definitely a data processor, and it will determine whether you're both or just one. This registration is after every 2 years, and it has some specific. So if you process data from between 1 to 50 persons, there's a certain fee before individuals and corporates. So if you have 50 to 100 with an annual turnover, so there's a financial consideration and number consideration with respect to the number of people or persons data that you process. So this is found on their website and very straightforward. These are the requirements. Again, it is in this little book that I have and that you all have in front of you. And so if you visit the website, it will give you all the information that you require about data protection. And the contact details, once again, are in this here handbook. And I hope we have given you adequate information for the beginning or for this session for you to be able to practice as a creative. And with that, I say thank you very much for your attention. I welcome our MC back. Thank you so much, Mombasa. You have been great. Clap for yourselves.
Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up.
Hello, do you still have some energy? Let's do this if you still have some energy. So watu walipojiintroduce, by the way, I was not around. Nilikuwa nimeenda huko just in case. Nimesikia pia Eunice amenipea hiyo job ya MC and I'm happy. Kama unatafuta naweza ifanya tu. Otherwise, I work at Kenya Film Classification Board. I am the acting chief manager, corporate services and administration. And then I'm also the substantive communications manager. I want to thank you for being there, for listening, and for your patience. And I want to request, mnataka aje? Sielewi hiyo lugha. Scan me. Scan me. For those who are not yet here, please If you have a smartphone, just scan directly. If maybe you do not have a scanner on your phone, what you do, go to the Google, go to Google, and then you will see that place for photography. Take a picture, and then kindly give us that information, because we are going to use it to make decisions after we do the analysis. I want to quickly ask my colleagues to come back here, those who did presentations, so that we can have a bit of a plenary. We've been engaging, of course. We've given a handbook. We have also given you information from the slides, but we equally need feedback. Maybe you have a question, there's somewhere which was not clear, there's something you did. My colleagues, naongea tu so that to allow you to kindly, quickly come over. Tuwapigie colleagues makofi please. Ndio wanakuja wamefurahia. Sasa ni wakati wenu kuwauliza pale ambapo hamukuelewa. DJ endelea tu hivyo. Hebu tusimame tu dakika moja ndio itatusaidia tuulize. Let's be up standing please. Naomba tafadhali tusimame. Stretch out. Uliza mtu ako karibu na we kama anajua Rosilita, alafu tuchape mabega Rosilita. Wacha sisi tujienjoy huko kama mtaki. Rosilita lera alamanya. Mukangala ako tu hapo atamwaga unja. Let's dance a bit, people. Enjoy. You don't know who will give you mukangala next time. Thank you, Dr. Sylvia. Nakuona hapo. Endelea hivyo. Ni kama unajua hiyo mambo ya ingo. Au madada good. Angalia huyo. Kuna mwingine anangoja tumwekee anguka nayo. Hakuna kuanguka nayo, tunaanguka na mkangala. Twende my colleagues, twende, ziende. Zikwende man. Madam Lois, nakuona mama yao. Brian, CH, endelea hivyo. Semeji uko kando. Twende. Bas. Thank you very much, DJ. That was a commercial break. Now the ball is in your hands, in your court rather. Let's have two colleagues, one on this side, mwingine pale Shako. Shako ameshaji position, pande tuko na 8. So we will receive some questions for clarification, concern, feedback, whatever the case. Karibuni. So let's go.
Yes.
Okay, let's go, please.
Yes, I have a question. Allow me ask this here. So, when you're talking about classification and how you guys, like the ratings of the movies from the 16, 18 and above, that type of classifying films. So I remember it was like 3 years ago or 4 years ago when we had a Hollywood movie that KFCB banned for viewership in Kenya. That was The Wolf of Wall Street, right? The movie by Leonardo DiCaprio. So I wanted to understand, if you have 18 plus, that means nudity and all that can be under that classification. So what processes and methods do you use to categorize a film like that? That if there's an explicit version and there is a version that the explicit scenes are cut off to make it friendly for an audience to watch. And then, mind you, right now, when you go online, you can still watch the same film that KFCB nominated not to be watched in Kenya. You can watch it very comfortably at home from online. So I want to understand, do you censor the movie for a period of time and then, I don't know, we are getting tired and then we leave it and then we leave it for the online people to get access? Or what methods do you use for the film not to be accessed totally, whether online or anyhowly, so that it cannot be viewed in Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good questions. Any others? Najua ni karibu lunch time, lakini kama una swali uliza tu. Okay, go on.
Okay, my name is Sheldrak Mwangangi, alias Mr. Flight, and Mr. Flight TV. I have only two questions. I've written them down here. One is that I need to understand that this entity, it is not there to make money, but to help, to regulate, but not there to make money. On that, I've seen a case whereby one has, when for you to become a member, you have to pay some membership fee, and again, you have to renew your license every year. But again, there is a point where I see whereby you have to renew that license with a fee. So my question is, if we are not here to make money, why is it that you are collecting fee from the people? Number two, yes. There is a case whereby it happened recently, whereby whenever a film, before it is published, you had said that it has first to come to the body, then you check it, then it is published. Then I have this question whereby, what have you done as an entity to ensure that that process is smooth, or process of making a film is very smooth? Because don't just be there to regulate and collect money from the people making the film by themselves, but all the same, there is nothing that you are going to do to ensure that the process of making that film is smooth. I need to quote a case, a recent case which happened, and the people were complaining. The letters use content creators. One being Mukurugenzi, that is Abel Mutua. The second person I saw was Oga Obina. And the biggest complaint was, yes, you are saying that you are regulating content, but all the same, there is nothing you as an entity doing to ensure that this film, before it is produced, it is smooth. Like you offer a gear, maybe cameras, maybe two stuff, or stage or something of that sort. So what have you done to ensure that film production becomes easy to everybody who needs to do film production? Thank you.
Thank you for the good questions, my colleagues. I'm sure you are noting and you know who will be answering that. We have somebody here. We have some ladies here.
Yes.
Yes, go on.
Okay, my name
Kindly-
is Bramos. I just want to ask.
Just a second. Once you are done, so that we'll have order, we'll have him, and then we'll have the ladies on this table. Go on.
Okay, my name is Bramos. I just want to ask you guys. I haven't seen anywhere that you want to equip us with resources, but your main agenda here is KRA. You are mnatuitisha pesa, lakini si tunataka venye nyinyi mtatutia kesho mzuri. Lakini what I want to say, content is anything. Ndio sasa ina employ my youth for now. It is our jembe ya kulima, na ninaona nyinyi mshaingilia hiyo sector na KRA. Because everywhere you must have a KRA pin. Everywhere KRA pin. You don't have to tell us we are going to equip you with cameras. We are going to give you summaries. Yeah, I just want you guys just empower the youths. Empower us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. mtapata tu jibu lake. Tuko hapa.
Hamjambo. Swali langu linakuja katika applicable fees. Naona hapa mtu analipa 5,000 kufanya documentary, feature analipa 15,000, kisha kuna hii filming ya kila siku mtu analipa shilingi 1,000. So nataka kuelewa logic ya kulipa hii license kisha kila siku ulipie 1,000. Hauoni ni kama kudidimiza au mwanafilamu? Kwa sababu haiwezekani mtu ndio anaanza utafuta hizo certificate. Umeandika hapa mtu lazima ajiregister awe na, for example ni mtu peke yake ana hiyo business registration, kisha amepeana synopsis yake, amepeana na treatment na copy of the ID, kwa hivyo amejiregister. Swali la pili linakuja kwa upande wa hawa watu ambao wanafanya broadcasting. Kumekuwa na bill ambayo imezungumzia kuhusiana na masuala ya local content, na tukiangalia vitu vingi vinaonyeshwa katika idhaa zetu, TV, radio zinatoka nje. So huyu mwanafilamu wa hapa nchini mtamuempower vipi? Kwa sababu kulikuwa na film content bill ambayo ilikuwa isaidie 70 ama 80% local filming. Kwa hivyo haya ni masuala lazima, ama naomba yule amsika hayazungumzie, kwa sababu sisi kama wanafilamu tunaona tunafinywa, especially wale ambao tunaanza. Ya mwisho kabisa ni wanahabari. Wanahabari wanapotengeza zile documentary features katika TV na radio hawapitishi process hii. Lakini mwanafilamu ambaye ni independent filmmaker ni lazima apitie hii process yote. Amuoni mnatufinya hapo? Asante.
Thank you. So let us have at least the ladies here for gender balance and then we shall answer. Kulikuwa na lady hapo. The lady. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Beblin, and this is my sign name. I have a concern when it comes to persons with disability. I see when you are doing the introduction, everyone was able-bodied. There was not any person with disability. So I don't know if at all you have any in the office. And if you have, how comes you didn't include them in the team that came to Mombasa? The second question, I want to talk about this issue of there are a lot of requirements and so many things which are needed. So when it comes to certification, what about persons with disability? Are we also supposed to pay those kind of fees which is required, or is there any exemption which is meant for persons with disability? Because we want also to be part and parcel when it comes to film making. We have so many ideas that we can come up with, but the requirement is too much and the fee which is involved is a lot for some of us to afford. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Answer. Let us answer up to that level and then we take another round. Because we have 10 questions, we answer first and then we take another round. Okay, colleagues? Just come in that order one by one.
Good afternoon. I'm going to answer the question on classification on the film that was restricted some 4 or 5 years ago. It's called the Wolf of Wall Street. At that time, as I said, when we are classifying content, we use what we call classification guidelines. And at that time, the decision was made that the Wolf of Wall Street had violated the classification guidelines and the thematic area of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse, in that the film was glorifying and glamorizing the use of drugs. So that was the main element. But then I forgot to tell you that the classification is valid for 5 years. So probably if the movie submitted for classification again, probably we may review the guidelines, because we've since reviewed our classification guidelines, because we also review our classification guidelines periodically so as to conform with the current legal, social and cultural norms that you are operating in. on matters online. So when the Film Wolf of Wall Street was restricted, you could not get it online. So unless you went to those pirated, whereby you get your pirated films, which is illegal anyway to download or to go to those sites. But then the legitimate online like uh, platforms like YouTube or Meta, whereby they adhere to the law of the land, you could not get the films. So what we do, when it comes to online, I must admit we are sometimes some things will spill off, but then as I said, our aim is to protect children, also to give consumer advice. So if a film is restricted in the country and then you go looking for it, but then even those, if you go looking for it, you start distributing it, you start selling it, then you'll be in contravention of the law, because if you're caught, then you will be held liable. So yeah, that is the nini. But we are working on with the platforms. We cannot classify everything that goes online. And the legitimate online platforms like the Netflixes, the YouTube, those people we are able to work with. Apart from the illegitimate, whereby you download your pirated videos, whereby it's illegal. Thank you.
I'll respond to a couple of questions here. There's a gentleman who sought to know what the board is doing to make filmmaking process smooth. I think what we've been trying to do is to make you understand that we are a regulator of the industry. So first of all, understand the design of the industry. In Kenya, we have two agencies that are involved in the sector. One is a developer of the industry, and you know what promotion and development entails. So if you want equipment, you want funding, you want capacity building, it is the responsibility of the developer to do that. And that is our sister agency, the Kenya Film Commission. As a regulator, we're actually facilitating you through, ensuring that you have policies and regulations that support the growth of the industry. So once we've issued you with a license, our responsibility is also to ensure that if there's any other support you require in terms of, the clearances, letters of support, letters of recommendations, that is what we provide you. You actually come to us for a filming license when you are ready to start filming. So most of the things actually depend on the filmmaker, how you planned yourselves, whether there's funding for that, you have a crew, you have a cast, and you have the timelines within which you planned to execute your program. So it does not mean that our support ends at the point of issuing the license, but in case you also have letters that will support you to access various locations and various services that are offered even by the other agencies you've seen here, we are able to provide that. But let's also take advantage of the available opportunities with regard to funding, with regard to capacity building, which is a mandate that is bestowed on our sister agency, which is the Kenya Film Commission. You sought to know why the board charges daily filming fees. First of all, these fees are meant to facilitate those who wish to extend their license. Remember, a license is issued based on your schedule. So if you tell me you want to film for 1 day, ideally once the 1 day elapses, your license is supposed to expire. But once you pay the 5,000, the 1,000 daily filming fees, before expiry of the license, you can request for an additional day. The only way we'll accommodate that is after you pay the 1,000 daily filming fees. So if you want 2 additional days, you pay 2,000 instead of the 5,000 or 15,000 that you initially paid for the license. What I forgot to mention is that we've seen, for those who attended our public participation on the regulations we've developed, there's a regulation on forms and fees, which we subjected to public participation in Mombasa last year. Those regulations have since abolished the 1,000 daily filming fees, so that you only pay for the license fees. However, we are not done with the whole process of enacting the regulations. It's now, the regulations are now supposed to be gazetted and also presented to Parliament for finalization of the process. We'll actually publish the information immediately we are ready, and you'll no longer have to pay the daily filming fees at that time. But at the moment, it is the fees you're required to pay. There's also the issue of quotas. I must say, those who are distributing content to TV are still covered by the quotas that are there. Remember, there's the 40% local content quota, which is supposed to actually move to 60%. What we can do as a regulator of distributors and exhibitors is to later on have a discussion with the distributors and exhibitors and see if there's a possibility of maybe introducing quotas in cinema theaters, because our local content is rarely gets to the cinema theater. So is there a way we can promote adoption of local content by our distributors themselves? So those are, they require a review of our regulations. Why does the board charge fees? The fees we have here are administration fees. We do not have any other fees that support we do not have a way of supporting what we do, the services we offer. So we offer this, we don't charge fees like a business entity, but we offer services, and the fees that accompany them are administrative fees for us to be able to provide what we are providing. So that's why we charge those fees. And what we are doing is we are reviewing the fees to ensure that we are also creating the facilitative environment for the creative. So ladies and gentlemen, what you should take away from here is that a regulator's role is to create a facilitative regulatory environment for you. That is our role. And then the other role of development and promotion of what comes out of the industry is is executed by another agency. So that is the design of the industry. Thank you.
There is that gentleman who asked about KRA. He said, everything is KRA, KRA, KRA. And I was very specific in my presentation when I said I'm going to talk about incentives. So I made a presentation about how you can get back your investments you make in the film industry within 4 years. I don't know if you really understood what I said, but I spoke specifically about the incentives, what you can get from KRA, and not just what you give to KRA. As I said, if you have purchased an equipment, within a period of 4 years, you are allowed to deduct 25% of the amount you used or invested in that equipment. 25% for the first year, 25 for the second, 25 third, then 25 fourth. So to that extent, actually you'll not have used money to purchase it. Yes, you use it initially, but during the payment of your taxes, you deduct that 25% from it and you retain it. The other amount is what you pay to the Kenya Revenue Authority. I think to that extent now it should be clear. And if you use the handbook that has been provided to most of you, you'll also be able to access that very important information.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Mark has said. on the issue of the 60-40% requirement of the local content. I think there's a gentleman here who has that content. So when you talk with the broadcasters, they'll tell you that we don't have quality films, local quality film to be broadcasted. So you have been challenged to come up with the quality movies that can be able to attract attention through the broadcasting station. So that if you have a quality movie that you want to exhibit it, then you can take it to the broadcasters. But without that, then their hands are tied. It's difficult for them just to pick any content that will be aired on their station. So that is a challenge. I put it up to you. Thank you.
I was hoping to speak after before my senior. No, don't speak after your senior. Just a clarification again with respect to the charges, the fees that we charge. We are a regulatory agency, so we're not a commercial entity. I think that's what you were trying to say. So we do not stand to make any profit from any fees that we charge. Again, these are administrative costs. With respect to the question on persons with disability, yes, we do have employees. We have employees who are persons with disability at our organization. Unfortunately, they're not here with us today because they're out on other assignments, but we do have that. We are in recognition of that, and we adhere to those provisions as regards employment. The issue on certification and exemptions for persons with disability, this is a question actually that was asked in our other session in Nakuru. And this is something that we, it may have been an oversight on our part with respect to such certification. So what we rely on is what is in the legislation at the moment with respect to persons with disability and the exemptions that they get. But it is something that we will consider in our review for the laws that we have. We have regulations that are upcoming. Even in our general policy and legislative review, we will make that consideration. We thank you for your comment, and we will consider that for future review. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We are about to take the second bit. Maybe one thing that came out clearly from Marcos is Kenya Film Classification Board being a regulator is like a policeman. The policeman will stop you on the road. He will look at your vehicle. Do you have a valid license? How are your tires? Are you driving on your lane? Are you speeding? Are you disturbing? If you are doing the right thing, they'll tell you go. If you are maybe on the other side of the law, they will tell you maybe your license expired or you don't have a driver's license or blah, blah, blah. They will not buy for you the car, but they will ensure that if you have a car, it has everything that it needs to have and that you are following the right laws of the road. I believe with that analysis, you can get why whoever was asking, kwa nini hamtununulia equipment, kwa nini kama kuuliza polisi, na mbona hujaninunulia gari? Okay, let's go to the next set. Tuko pale, let's get them.
Asante.
Yeah.
Habari zenu jamani.
Salama sana.
Haya, mimi swali langu litakuwa fupi. Mwanzo ningependa kuwashukuru KFCB, mmefanya vizuri sana jamani kututembelea na kutujulisha na pia kutusaidia jamii yetu nyumbani haidhuriki na zile baadhi za vitu ambavyo vatengenezwa. Asanteni sana. Lakini kameramani, hebu zoom pale kwa kile kidude cha KFCB afu kwa kando. Kuna kitu pale KFCB alafu ashajua pale kwa ili nione kule. Controller, fanya mambo yako mwanangu. Ile sports, sijui sports and what?
Oh, wasema ile
haiko hapo kwako mbele yako tu, akizoom vizuri.
Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund.
Basi hiyo. Nilifikiria kwa itazungumzwa kiundani, lakini naona kwa imewekwa tu hapo. Sasa hawa sister company wenu Kenya Films, saa nyingine mkija njoni nao, manake watu wana ari sana kuweza kusaidiwa, hususan Mombasa. Huwa hatupati sana ufadhili ama usaidizi katika masala ya kutengeza filamu. Alafu kuna moja ambalo nalizungumza, uzuri CEO ameondoka, ile filamu metuonesha ya Musa ilikuwa nzuri sana, lakini ili kutujenga sisi kama filmmakers, siko filamu nyingi sana za hapa mweza kutumia moja hapo mkainunua pia tukapata chochote sisi kama filmmakers, ili hata kama ni mbaya itasaidia kuonesha ule ubaya ambao jamani hichi ni kibaya kisifanywe, itasaidia. Alafu pia angalau mtupeleke pia sisi Iran, au balozi wa Iran wametuletea yao, pia mfanye hivyo, mchukue yetu moja mwambie na nyinyi nunueni hii yao muoneshe katika shughuli zenu. Sisi tumeshukuru sana by the way, KFCB mnafanya vizuri, mmetusaidia sana na mnatujenga, hususan Mombasa. Tulikuwa tunatengeza filamu za kichochoroni, lakini tangu tuwafahamu tumejua umuhimu wa kusajili. Sema soko ndo bado halijengea vizuri, tumesajili nyingi. Hata nimesikia swala la kuwa hakuna local content nzuri, filmmakers wameshtuka, kuna nyingi tumezitengeza, tumesajili, lakini hasijapata soko bado, na bado hatujavunjika morali, tutatengeneza. Alafu pia upande wa drone kulipia, muwe mkiangalia kuna tofauti ya tuna minazi, saa nyingine hatutumii drones, tunarusha kamera. Sasa sije mkatulipisha hiyo. Asante.
Tumpigie makofi. Thank you very much. Zake mostly are concerns. They are very well noted and we will take that very serious as part of our feedback because it's what we are here for. Yes, please.
Yeah. Kwa majina najulikana kama Winfred ama Chaukucha. Mimi nasimama hapa kwa sababu moja tu. Mimi ni muandaaji wa filamu. Natengeneza filamu. Hata natembea nazo, natengeneza filamu. Mojawapo ya filamu tumeshatengeneza, tumezileta kwenu KFCB. Tumeshalipia kila kitu. Kila kitu tushalipia. Then sisi tunazipeleka wapi? Hatuna mahali ambapo tunazipeleka. Tunabaki tunatembea nazo kama hivi. Yaani hizi ni filamu zangu nimetengeneza. Tunabaki tunatembea nazo. Hatujui tuzipeleke wapi. Kwa hiyo nyinyi kama AFCB mnatusaidiaje sisi kama waandaji wa filamu? Tunalipia kila kitu lakini hatujui tuzipeleke wapi. Asanteni.
Asante. Kuna mtu atajibu hilo baadaye atakusaidia. Yes. Yes, madam.
Okay, so thank you for coming. It's been enlightening what you've shared with us. So my issue is, and I'm sure majority of us, that issue. One has mentioned the issue of licensing. Why are there too many licenses? And have you considered an aspect of amalgamating them into one entity instead of having people roaming everywhere looking for licenses, every left, right, and center? It's one concern for the creative industry, that aspect of licenses as well. I think it's something you need to think about. Now, you mentioned the issue of 60-40. You're saying there's no content. One of the things I believe, because it's expensive to create good quality. Yes, we have. And perhaps the level that some of these distributors requires to have content at, it's going to be expensive to get the right equipment, to get the right crew to do that. And if we have licenses that are already becoming like a bottleneck to the process, how is that helping us to improve the industry? Then I'm asking myself, have you consulted with the other industries like Nollywood, Hollywood, Bollywood? Do they have these similar licenses that we have? So many of them. Is that what they have? Because I know that those are industries that are doing very well. Is that what they have? Have you done like benchmarking with them?
Thank you very much, madam. That again, somebody will answer. Let's have 1, 2. Okay, we will have 1, 2, 3. Huyo na yule, kisha tutajibu tena tuchukue. Here, there, and there.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
It's so unfortunate that the giver of the
Nani anaongea? Unaongea kama umekaa chini. Hebu tumtafute mtu abada anangu. Ni yule. Nilifikiria ni yule. Endelea.
It's so unfortunate that you didn't recognize me, but I thank God. So my name is Ochanga Michael, and I have 2 questions. Number 1, you have said clearly that one of the role of this entity is to protect the children from maybe the illicit content. So my question is there any time that maybe this entity is asleep? because I'm wondering whether you always visit maybe sites like TikTok at 1 to see what is really happening. So I think you will answer that. So because I seemingly see that sometimes maybe midnight or past midnight, things online, you just answer for yourself. Then lastly, about this issue of LGBTQ. I have tried to analyze in your classification to see whether it is captured anywhere. Maybe if I am guided through where it falls, because it is of great concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ulisema we didn't recognize you. I want to recognize you. Maybe me tujai kutana, labda sijui, labda tulisoma pamoja sana sana gazeti, labda tulisoma gazeti pamoja sijui, but I recognize you and thank you for your very good concerns. We shall address them. Any other?
Hi everyone, my name is Kelvin Jeff.
Jeff.
Not about on stage and screen, I have a few questions here. By the time mlikuwa mnasema students fees zao ziko waived or subsidized, liona watu wakipiga makofi, but nikajiuliza what about filmmakers ambao they are not big shots that cannot pay whatever iko hapo, but we have the zeal, we have the passion, we have mad talent to make great films. But sasa unapata vitu zingine kama hizi zina discourage. My next question is, and the 1 million for foreign filmmakers a bit high, because I understand to make a good film is extremely hard. And if you go back to history, one of the few reasons that made us to fight for independence is the fact that a few people had traveled and realized there was no big difference between sisi na mzungu. Mzungu akipigwa risasi pia anaweza kufa kama sisi. I understand there's a place of exposure and collaborations with people who have gone ahead of us, let's say Hollywood and the likes, South Africa. When we pay them this big and huge money, in a discourage sisi kupata skills from people who are have vast experience. There was a time that people wanted to shoot a film in Kibera, but wakalipishwa pesa nyingi bure. They had to build Kibera in South Africa. Unaona, that discourages us as filmmakers because kuna opportunities sisi hata filmmakers wadogo tunapata. My last question is, I understand with the current trends of vitu kufanyika in real time, unapata kuna content creators atatoa tu simu and simply because it's happening in real time. But kiukweli ni kwamba kama uko ferry and people are fighting, hauna release forms ya hawa watu. If somebody goes to court and sues you because you use their image or whatever, uli record tu, how do I go about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. After huyo ambaye anaongea tutajibu tena.
Good evening everybody.
Bado hatujakula menu, usitupeleke evening.
Good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon.
So hata mko na njata notice. So my name is Bernard and I'm a filmmaker. I'm from production. So I have just some hello. About the drone shot. First, let me address the panel. Wamesema kuwa hao watu wananunua sinema wanasema the quality is not good. So what I'm asking, before we submit to them, we bring you first and you give us the classifications, ndio? So when it comes to you, if the film is not good, how do you rate it? The quality of the video first. The other thing is about drone shots. The drone, I can see buying the drone, importing it, bring it to Kenya. It's very expensive first. So I can see the fees here, the fees about getting the license of the drone is too high for us to use it. And yet you want us to produce a good quality movie, which shows a lot of things. The other thing is about, you say that you'll help us to get the ISO lines, ISO baruas that we can shoot everywhere. We can shoot. Sometimes you want to go and shoot at the hotel. Maybe let's say Flamingo or other hotel. So you see, if you go with the letter, they won't allow you to shoot until you pay a certain fee. Which, if I've registered with you guys, you're supposed to help me to get the fee at a half price maybe, so that I can make a good content. You see, so such things, I think you should address that one. Even if you are paying the location fee, we are paying the licenses, but even us on the return, we get the favor of the facility we are going to shoot at a small cost, like not the other people who are not paying for these licenses. So those what I can address for right now. About Kenya Wildlife Services, they are doing a good job, but sometimes you find yourself at the beach and something is happening, and you just take the shot. You see, because that thing will find you there. You can't just wait for it next time to come and shoot it, and you are there. So some things like those we should consider. And then we are the filmmakers, where the people are selling our country, isn't it? So through our films, somebody will see the film out there and say, hey, Kenya looks good. So we've attracted a foreigner to come and visit Kenya. So sometimes you have to look at those things instead of putting for us a lot of fee, because we are marketing our country. Those are the things I have for now, before we go for lunch.
Okay, thank you very much. Mmesikia hiyo neno. Ebo, we are going to answer those ones after we have done again. I'll also keep watch over there because, and no, we are now at 3. So let us answer that. The time will dictate. If we finish this and I realize my time has dictated much, we would, when they get ready with lunch, we will get our lunch, come back. But sasa hiyo tutaanza kufanya ile ya mtu amekaa pale na mtu anamwendea na swali. Colleagues, carry on.
Yeah, I'll start with the question about the children and how to protect the children. Yes, our aim and our goal mainly is to protect children from exposure to inappropriate content. But then there are other platforms whereby children may be exposed. You talked about TikTok. So what we've done as a board, because it is impossible for us to be on TikTok 24 hours or for us to monitor, though we have what we call a monitoring and enforcement. You have a department dedicated on monitoring the social media sites and monitoring our broadcasting station, so to ensure whatever it's there, it is what is acceptable. But then, as you said, we cannot monitor 24/7. So what we've done, we've come up what we call consumer empowerment programs, whereby we empower the parents. We have what we call parental digital literacy program, whereby we empower parents on how to protect their children on digital platforms. So, for example, we will have sessions with TikTok, we'll have sessions with Meta, YouTube, on how you as a parent can put safety measures on your smartphones, on your gadgets, so that your children do not veer to the dark side of the internet. We also have what we consume. This program is towards the primary school kids and secondary school kids, just to also empower them as children on how to protect themselves on the internet. And we understand protecting children is not one agency's job. We also work with other agencies like the Children's Services, the DCI, the Cybercrime Unit, so that if there's anything that is out there that may affect kids, so we arrest it. We arrest it quickly, and that's so the best protection we can give. For as much as we can do our part as the state, we also hope the parents will be able to do their job. So if your child is on TikTok at midnight, in your house, in your house it's very hard for us to come to police, but then we empower you with the tools on how to protect your children on that. And also we have worked with these platforms, so we have an understanding that if you are going to operate in this country, in this jurisdiction, then you need to follow our laws, and whenever there's anything that need to be brought down, they have done so. When it comes to classification and the quality of films, I like to disagree with my colleague a little bit. I've seen your films. Kenyan films are good. Kenyan films are of good quality. I've been classifying films for some time now, and I've seen growth in the Kenyan films. You do produce good films. Your quality is improving day by day. But then, as a classifier, I will not classify your film subject to quality. I will just stick to classification guidelines, what he had spoken about the classification guidelines. So, as we are just by the law, we are just there, the classification guidelines. So, your film may be of bad quality, but I will not fail to classify it. I'll still have to classify it and give it a rating. When it comes to LGBTQ, we consider it as a thematic areas. We are saying you cannot produce films on LGBTQ, but as I explained earlier, what is the theme? What is the context? How are you presenting these issues? So we'll just consider it as any other thematic areas that we look at when we are classifying films. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to make a rebuttal on the question of fees by my friend in, I think, is it yellow or orange, Marvin? Yes, I'm addressing your question. You've made a comment that the fees chargeable to foreigners is very high. Remember, the reason why Immigration Department did this was to protect you, your skill. For example, let's assume a filmmaker is coming to Kenya and he decides to come with their own actors and other people, jobs that you yourself would have provided. Are you going to win or lose? You're going to lose, because that's why they put that a stringent cost of 1 million Kenya shillings for the work permit. Remember, it's also not a perpetual fee. So it's important that we also protect our interest, because if we allow foreigners to come to do that which you as young people can provide, then we'll be losing. Secondly, the issue of for Class G, that is the investment Class G work permit, where they're supposed to pay $100,000. Remember, this is someone claiming to come to Kenya that they want to invest in filming. At least provide proof. Otherwise, we'll have many people coming in this country in the pretext of investment, yet they're not coming to build our economy, build your skills as a filmmaker. And what will they do is that they will water down your prospects of you growing up in film. And I think that's the reasonable comment I can make on that. Thank you.
There is the gentleman who asked about Kenya Wildlife Service, and when you're on the beach, just filming, something happens and you film. Please note, Kenya Wildlife Service is concerned about protected areas and not just every area of the beach. So just be keen when you intend to film. If it's a protected area, seek authorization. But if it's not, someone else from a different department will be able to react to that and expect you to follow the due process as well.
Okay, there was a question about benchmarking. We're being asked if we have benchmarked with other jurisdiction in relation to regulation of film. And I want to confirm, yes, we have done that. We have done it in Africa, like in Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania here. If you look at their laws, they are almost similar to what we have. And you'll be surprised that actually Kenya is the cheapest when it comes to the fee that we charge, and we are still going down so that we can just encourage our people to make film. I think what they beat us with is that it's their culture and the ownership. The public, the people, they own and they like the film that their actors make. They relate to them, they talk about them, and they are able to relate with the films that are produced. I think that is where we differ a bit. Because if you look at the South Africans, they talk about their stories. Look at Nigerians, they talk about their stories. And the public appreciate it, and they, impress those particular films. So that is maybe where there is some divergence. But when it comes to the licenses, the issue, it's more or less the similar, the ones we issue here. And when it comes to fees, our fees is a bit lower than what they issue. That we have done. And then there's also issue of amalgamation, amalgamation of the licenses. I know they can be a bit too much, but you need to appreciate that you are different entities, you are different regulatory entities. And some of these licenses, like when you look at the KCAA regulation of drones, one is for purposes of security issues. And also, you'll find that it is not their core mandate. That is just a specific percentage of the mandate that they undertake. So for purposes of checks and balances also, we cannot be in each and every area. And that is why the lawmakers felt it fit for certain aspects of regulations to fall under certain institutions. Thank you.
So there was a question with regard to capturing images if for a newscast, I think. That was the question. So if you look at the handbook that has been given to you, there are certain parameters in which data can be collected. One of them is whether this data or your face has been captured in a public interest manner. So if it is an issue of public interest, or if it is an issue of journalistic interest or research, then that has been captured as a lawful sort of a lawful capture of your data. So there are certain parameters. So not everything will require an equivocal consent. So there's certain areas where, like if you walk into, I don't know if you remember, there's some certain cases where there's a club in Nairobi that they captured their images and they did not consent to that. So you see, that was not a legitimate, that consent was not given at that point. And so at that instance, you can sue because you did not ask for your data to be captured and presented in the way that it was, because they did not even ask for your permission in the first place. But there are certain parameters. So if it is for journalistic or research or any public interest matter that you're captured in some sort of way, it is allowable to a certain extent. So, I mean, you can sue if you feel that it was you were improperly presented and your data was improperly presented, but you will have to prove certain things that this was unlawful. So, yes and no, but for public interest, yes.
I think it's also important to acknowledge the proposals you're giving. And I'll start with the gentleman, the first speaker, the gentleman in blue. You said Mombasa rarely receives the support on development and promotion. I think we'll convey this to our sister agency. Marketing of your films internationally. Remember, there's an agency that does that, so we'll still convey this to them. It's our sister agency. There's also the aspect of partnering with filming locations for you to get half price. It is a proposal that is well noted. However, please note that the board does not regulate filming locations. It regulates the content you're creating. but we are open to partnerships and collaborations that will actually help the industry. The aspect of skill and knowledge transfer from the foreigners, thanks for pointing out that, the gentleman over there. And what I also need to point out is filming fees have never been a problem to the foreigner. The foreigner requires incentives. Yeah, out of research, it's been determined that foreign filmmakers need incentives, which have made other filming locations like South Africa and Morocco more competitive than ours. So those incentives are the ones we are developing. We already have a draft film incentives frameworks for both locals and foreigners, which is awaiting approval. And once we put the incentives in place, I believe that the aspect of skill and knowledge transfer from the veteran filmmakers from Hollywood and other industries will actually help the industry. The aspect of lowering fees for the budding filmmakers, like the new entrants, it's also a proposal we received from other regions that we visited. We'll have another phase of review of our fees. We've just reviewed them now. And I think going forward, the best way to handle this issue is to have clusters of licenses for the new entrants. We are looking at professionals, those who are established, and so on and so forth. And I think this is what will help, so that anyone who is transitioning from the waiver that we are granting schools can actually start paying lower fees as they establish themselves. So it is a proposal that is welcome, and as a board, we'll pay keen attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my desire to give each one of you an opportunity to ask a question, but again, at the same time, in the interest of time, because we also still have another meeting, and to one, ask you and really advise, scan me, scan me. When you go to the scan me, there are many questions that we've posed, and the other areas that we've left blank, so that you can put most of your concerns there. We will be answering that. Number two, you have the handbook. There are things within that handbook. What we've done, we are Kenya Film Classification Board, but we've gone out of our way to look for these other bodies that also touch on regulation. And we consulted with them, put the information in that handbook to make it a bit easy for you, so that you do not walk from office to office and you do not walk headless, but you walk with information. And then another thing, Marcos, kaa hapa, nitakupea tu muda, usijali, kuja ukaa hapa. Ukuja huko kwetu sasa, kwa hivyo tunaweza zaa mtoto anafanana na wewe. No. No. Utajibu. Then another thing on our website, we have a live link. Live link on the website means once you go there, there's a live chat. We can just chat us and we will answer the questions. Kama tumefanya hizi slides, tukafanya engagement, tukakupatia kitabu, tukakupatia website, tukajibu haya maswali, na kusema tu kweli bado mtu yuko tu ule ako blank, pia hiyo si shida. Pande ingine na kuanga pasta, naweza tu nikamuombea. Jaribu uelewe from that particular level. As we break for lunch, we shall be here, all of us. Kindly continue doing what? Engaging us offline. I'm going to call my colleague Yvonne kuja huku, maybe Narama kujeni wote na mzee njone. Because these are our people on the ground. They will tell you where their office is, so that mkikuwa na maswali, hawa ndio representatives wetu. When they are here, we are here. And you can always go to them, chat us live, write an email, go to their office, soma hicho kitabu, soma website, fanya kila kitu. Ikishindikana kabisa, omba. ikataa kubanta na hiyo kuja vile nimesema hivyo. Marcos, come and answer to the parts which had not been exhaustive, and then we'll give it to Yvonne so that she can appreciate. We've come from Nairobi, she's here, she knows most of the companies, the agencies, the associations that are here, and we really want to appreciate you. So Marcos and then Yvonne.
Thank you. There are two things I would like to address, and probably it's a reminder. One, the aspect of public participation. It is a constitutional right that you're given. Yeah? It is an obligation. So much as we're giving proposals and we're going to consider and develop regulations around them, tafadhali tukiwaalika mje mpeane your comments and opinions, please. I know people like Amos have always been in our public participation forums, and I want as many filmmakers and creatives as possible to be participating in some of these things. Unaweza andika, unaweza onekana. That is the only way we'll make this industry better. The second thing, the aspect of quality. The lady said, hata nina film hapa. This is where I usually say, let's have a candid discussion. You know, our audiences are very dynamic. The aspect of quality you wanted us to address, we do not focus on quality. Quality can be in terms of the technical aspects and the storyline. If you did this story a while back, and the broadcast station's focus is on a different storyline, they determine what quality means. You see, if you've already developed content without working with them, then it means they can't take that content. So my challenge is, can we work together with some of these platforms? They usually say, a filmmaker who is serious with this art will think of the market before creating the film. Sawa, you think of the market. The challenge we have is that most of us create content and then think about the market after. Then it becomes hard for you to sell your content because who are you creating the content for? Do you think the available platforms are the ones that are supposed to be taking that content? So let us all be thinking of the market and the storyline, because the story is what you're selling, and you think of who you're selling to, so that by the time we are done with all these processes we are talking about here, and your content is ready for the market, you actually will have thought about the market.
Asante sana Marcos. Asante sana timu kutoka Nairobi, na asante sana kwa kutupatia masikio yenu mpaka saa hizi. Usikia? Unasikia? Kama mlivyoambiwa mbeleni, majina yangu ni Yvonne Musyoki. Mimi ndio Regional Manager Kenya Film Classification Board pande hii ya Mombasa. Yangu kwa sasa hivi ni kuwashukuru sana wote waliohudhuria kuitikia mwito wetu, na zaidi ya yote ni kushukuru TUM University kwa kutupatia nafasi ya kuwa hapa. Hatuichukulii kitu cha kawaida. I mean, we are not taking it for granted. We really, really appreciate. Napenda pia nishukuru Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, nishukuru Mombasa Aviation Training Institute, Swahili Port Hub, Live Dream Production, Igiza Nasi, Jukwaa Art Production, Celestial Touch Studio, New Tax Production, Kilifi Film Association, Nyali Cinemax na Cinema Mtaani, na wote ambao wengine wamehudhuria kama content creators. I really, really appreciate your presence here. Ofisi zetu ziko Sauti House, KBC. Kama kuna swali yoyote ungependa kujibiwa, ama baada ya presentation zote hapa ungependa muendelezo wa vile wamekuwa wakieleza, unaweza ukatupitia ofisini ambao ni hapo nimewaeleza, ni KBC ambayo iko Sauti House. Nadhani wengi wenu mnajua, right? Kwa yangu ni kuwashukuru sana. Mungu awabariki na muwe na wakati mwema. Hawa hapa kama mlivyoagiza ni timu yangu. Huyu ni Rama na mzee. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you very much, Yvonne. Tafadhali mmemwona Yvonne na amesema mahali ambapo walipo. My Kiswahili, by the way, it's my first time kukiongea. Muongea Kifaransa na Kiingereza hapo hapo. Hii Kiswahili najifunza na huku. Asanteni, mumenifanya nikaongea Kiswahili. I hope I'm even speaking the right things. So, without any further ado, as I said, we are very grateful. Very soon we'll be going for our lunch over there. We will go in an orderly manner like we did during our tea break. I want to just request one of you to come and pray for the meal. Kama ujui kuomba, Google a meal prayer quickly, ukuje huku from our stakeholders utuombe. Kama hayuko nitachagua mtu yote ambaye amejitolea aje the president mwenyewe. Angalia hata suti yake, ametoka Lakeside, anajua kuomba. Na ni kuomba, si stories zingine hapa. Omba.
Now, good afternoon, everyone. Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for all that has been said, all that has been discussed. Now that you want to go for lunch, we pray for the meals, that we may enjoy it, all of us. We pray that you protect us as we take our meals. In the name of Jesus, we pray and believe. Asanteni.
Makofi kwa president, ametuombea. Bon appetit. Tafadhali mtapitia pale kwa tent, you get your meal card. Na ukishapata, kulikuwa na wale watu ambao walikuwa wametoka tu, wale walimu, nani mtakaa hapo zenu, tutawapatia.